Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, good morning. Καλή σας μέρα. Good afternoon, good evening. I am Paula Hadji-Lambri. I'm the Director of Business Development at Kipianu & Co. LLC, and I will be your host for today. We welcome you to the first virtual symposium of the Greek Scientists Society. Although we may be far away from each other because of the pandemic, due to the advancements of technology, we made it here today, connecting from every corner of the globe. Discover the way a Greek scientific paradigm may evolve for the post-COVID era is the title of our virtual symposium, which has the honor to host esteemed panelists from the academia, the industry, and the public domain. We're grateful and honored to have here with us today the Minister of State and Digital Governance of Greece, Mr. Kyriakos Pierakakis, the Deputy Minister of Development and Investments, Mr. Christos Dimas, the Deputy Minister of Research, Innovation and Digital Policy of Cyprus, Mr. Kyriakos Kokinos, and of course, a distinguished and very, very skillful and talented lady who's made Greece proud many times, Mrs. Anna Diamantopoulou, President of Diktio and former EU Commissioner. Of course, none of this would have been possible, nothing would have taken place if it weren't for the initiative and the restless Greek spirit of the founder of the Greek Scientists Society, Mr. Theo Zakaris. Theo, I would like you to join me on stage today because we are ready to hear your speech. I am sure that you have worked hard for this symposium to take place. And I am sure that all of our guests and our attendees here from every corner of the globe are waiting to hear you. Theo Zakaris, ladies and gentlemen. While we are waiting, Theo, allow me to say that this is a day that Greece and the Hellenes of all the world should be very proud. I sure am very, very proud because you will see during our panels the panelists, the great scientists that are working hard with dedication and passion, and they're making a real difference in this world. Theo, you are with us. Good morning.
Morning, Paula. Thank you so much for your kind words. Just a week away of the upcoming celebration from the 200 years since the outbreak of the Greek Revolution of 1821, the War of Independence, the Society of the Greek Scientists wishes to contribute to these festivities in their own way, namely, the organization of this symposium that brings together over 2,500 years of Greece's impact on human ideals. Nowadays, as we move out of this pandemic, we face the digital acceleration and the swift transformation to what is called the new normal, towards a new economy. We wish to move forward by taking advantage of the heritage of the ancient Greek thinking on how can assist us to confront the complex issue of the post-COVID-19 era, like ethical issues, privacy, who controls and who has access to technologies, to avoid inequalities and many more. Greece, Cyprus, and Greek scientists could excel in these global discussions with the aim to evolve a distinct Greek scientific paradigm to help develop a dynamic ecosystem where Greek, but not only, scientists will research, innovate, and grow their ventures. So in 10 years, Greece together with Cyprus to be one of the best, if not the best, emerging ecosystem of startups. Greek scientists also wish to assist the Greek and Cypriot societies to enter the new era through citizen science by explaining scientific benefits and risks of the advancements in scientific research to the public, and so to improve our scientific community's capacity as well as to increase the people's understanding of science. Let me please say a few words about the Greek Scientist Society. Greek Scientist Society is a global network of Greek and Cypriot scientists. We believe that science and technology are the fundamental drivers that bring humanity social and economic improvement leading to knowledge-based communities and networks that prosper in the international landscape. We are tremendously happy to have over 3,550 members in 3.5 months in our LinkedIn group, where you are cordially invited if you haven't joined us yet. We built the Greek Scientist Society in a way to connect all Greeks in Greece, Cyprus, and abroad, promoting our ecosystem and support a thriving startup community. We wish to promote discovery through scientific research, train scientists for the future, build international networks for the participation of Greece and Cyprus in global science, promote scientists' entrepreneurship. Our mission is to build knowledge and capacities through scientific research and the training of young investigators in other disciplines and concepts like entrepreneurship, IP, law, AI, finance, whatever. We wish to our mission to build a global network of Greeks through innovative programs of collaboration between Greeks of Greek descent scientists and entrepreneurs. To build value by developing technologies and products that serves the needs of the society. To cultivate and promote the Hellenic ecosystem in the international environment. So we wish to bridge and become the catalyst, joining forces between our diaspora, Greece and Cyprus soft powers, and to leverage the best quality of each part in order to transfer knowledge, facilitate scientific ventures, develop scientific collaborations and synergies. In the very near future, we are going to have our platform online, so please keep tuned to learn more about our developments. In our symposium, we are delighted and very much honored to have an outstanding lineup of speakers that I wish to express our gratitude to all of them, and of course, all of you that you have joined us today, we will graciously welcome you. Paula, the floor back to you. Thank you. You may unmute yourself, Paula.
Of course, technology-wise, we're still learning, allow me to say. Well, thank you, Theo, and good luck, of course, to all of our panelists. And as I said, today is indeed a day of pride for the Greek nation, for the Hellenes around the globe. I have the honor to have with me here on stage esteemed and distinguished scientists that lead by excellence. But before that, let's watch a short video, and I am going to reveal to you who is going to be the first speaker with us today. The video is uploading. Ladies and gentlemen, of course, we should be A beautiful video, ladies and gentlemen, indeed. Let Greece make the new paradigm. Let Greece set the paradigm as it has been happening for so many thousands of years. And I am very happy to see this synergy and collaboration between Cyprus and Greece as well. With us right now, I have the honor to have with me one of the world's foremost well-known medical clinical researchers, the chair of the Greek Scientist Society, as well as chair of UNESCO Adolescent Committee, professor of pediatrics and endocrinology emeritus and at the Medical School of the National and Kapodistrian University of Athens, Professor George Chrousos. Professor, we are here waiting for you to join us. I'm sure that the audience is very much interested and eager to watch your presentation, to listen to your intervention, and to see and learn what you have to say. Professor Chrousos is with us right now. Good morning, Professor.
Good morning, and thank you very much for the invitation and for the introduction. And good day
Professor,
to all of our attendants.
It's our honor to have you. The stage is yours, Professor.
Thank you. If I may get my presentation, in the next 20 minutes, I'll try to go over ancient Greece and how it has influenced today's science and society overall. May I have the presentation, please?
Are you sharing your screen, or are we doing that for you, Professor? Okay, so
I'm sharing, but you can do it for me.
I will ask our stage manager to proceed and do the sharing of the screen, please. So Professor Chrousos can start. Professor, why don't you start while our stage manager proceeds to sharing the screen? I am sure everybody's looking forward to hear to what you have to say. Allow me to say that you also have a very beautiful background, and of course, it's you we want to see. It's you we want to hear.
Well, it's a high order to present the grandiose establishment of ancient Greece and how it has influenced today's world. And I am dependent on my presentation for that because it's a lot of information and it's important for me to be able to show you a few things. So I will wait until I have this presentation.
So good morning from me.
Good morning. Dr. Krisa Kokotido is with us. Dr. Krisa is here to help us. Yes, Krisa.
Just a quick technical issue. I believe you can do it like we did that backstage, so it would be easier. That's what the Eremit manager informed me. So we can try it together and you can share your presentation here. Like you can go to the present to audience. Have you seen it in the bottom of your video? It's next to the microphone.
Next to the microphone.
Okay, you can see it. Present to audience.
Yes.
Okay, you can click there. And from there you can see the button that says screen share.
Okay, we're getting there.
Nice. And at the bottom you may see your PowerPoint. Maybe you have it open, so you can just.
I have it open.
Yeah, but you should go at the bottom of your screen where your icons are.
Yes, I don't see it there.
Maybe you should scroll and find it somewhere because I cannot see it from here. Otherwise, you can. Yeah. Okay.
Oh, there it is. There it is.
You can see
Okay,
it?
we found
Okay.
it.
Yeah,
Yes,
yeah.
we can see it,
Okay.
Professor. Krisa, thank you
Thank you
so,
very
so
much.
much.
So,
Excellent.
Let me start. So let me
Perfect.
present to you the ancient Greek philosophy principles in the post-COVID era. My lecture has 4 very brief parts. First, I'll give you a brief introduction. Then I will present the fundamental Greek medical concepts. I'll talk a little bit about the Library of Alexandria and Western medicine. Finally, I'll give you the modern epilogue. Sophocles had written that there are many wonderful things and nothing is more wonderful than the human. If you take the word wonderful and put complex, you will be correct. There is nothing more complex than the human in the known universe. Why are we so complex? Number one, we have very complex cells. We have 3 billion bases of DNA inside our cells. We have about 44,000 genes. And we have over 1 million regulatory regions in that DNA, which means that just a human cell is extremely complex. Then beyond that, we have a very complex brain. In our brain, we have about 100 billion neurons, and if we
Professor
have over
Kousos,
10,000...
sorry for interrupting again. I think your presentation was turned off because we cannot see the presentation.
Yes, it suddenly went off screen.
Yeah.
I can see
it. You can see it on your screen, right?
Yes,
Did you
I
stop
can.
sharing?
I didn't stop sharing, no.
So the third button next to the phone. Okay.
Okay.
No.
Can you see it now?
No. When you are seeing your presentation, the video is. You are in the Hermit platform, or you are watching the presentation.
My presentation is on the desktop, and I can reshare if you want. Present to audience.
Okay, let's do it
Share
again.
Screen.
Okay.
Share.
So once you share, then do not come back to the Hermit screen again. Okay, so when you share it, so don't come back to the Hermit screen again. So just share the presentation now. Minimize the window and go to your presentation.
Can you see my presentation now?
Yeah, okay. Minimize the window of the Hermit platform and do not come back to it again. Otherwise, the video, the presentation will stop.
Okay.
Okay.
So you can go full screen and then you are set from there.
Yes, we can see it, Professor. We can see it.
I'm sorry for this. So we have very complex cells.
It happens. It's the new reality.
We also have very complex brain. I was telling that we have about 100 billion neurons. And if on the average, we have about 10,000 synapses per neuron, we have over 10 to the 18th power synapses in one human brain. This number is 3 times the number of stars in our galaxy. And here is a curve showing the increase in complexity in our universe, which, as you know, started about 14.5 billion years ago with a Big Bang. And then gradually it formed galaxies, stars, etc. And right now we are at the peak, and the peak is human society. Humans and their civilization is the most complex system that we know. Now, what are the fundamental Greek medical concepts? Number one, working with reason. Socrates had written that nothing else convinces me but the logos, but the reason. And the first person to discuss about complexity in the Western world was Pythagoras in the 6th century BCE. Pythagoras said that the universe, the world, is in a balance, this balance may be threatened on one side and may be reestablished on the other side. And that's a constant phenomenon, dynamic phenomenon. His student, Alcmeon, said humans are similar. They are in a certain balance, which he called isonomia. This balance can be threatened. We call that now stressors, and it's being returned by the adaptive response. Interestingly, the Chinese similarly had discussed qi as the balance, yin on one side and yang on the other side. Now, all the terms that we use nowadays for this balance of complex systems are Greek, like harmony, isonomia by Alcmeon, eucrasia by Hippocrates, eustathia or eustasis by Epicurus, and finally, homeostasis, which is in the beginning of the past century, of the last century, by Walter Cannon. And it's a Greek word, homeostasis, same balance. So what stress is in all of this complex system is the state of threat homeostasis. In us humans, because we can perceive when our homeostasis is threatened, is the case of perceived threatened homeostasis. Now, medicine was started. Can you hear me? Yes, hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Yes, we can hear you.
Me. Can you see the slide?
Yes.
All right.
We can see the slide. Don't worry about that.
Okay. So Western medicine started in two medical schools. One is in Kos, the Hippocratic Medical School, and the other is across in Knidos. In these medical schools, they used Hippocratic principles. Hippocrates had suggested that medicine is divided into three branches: physics, meaning internal medicine, surgery, and dietetics. The word physician comes from this idea that medicine is studying the nature of man, physics. Now, when the ancients talked about dietetics, they meant way of life. So diet in ancient Greece was what we today call lifestyle. Diet included generally anything related to nutrition, exercise, clothing, and housing. Hippocrates had said that let food be thy medicine and medicine be thy food. In this way, emphasizing the power of nutrition. Also, Hippocrates had suggested to physicians, to his students, do not base your decision on reason alone, look at the evidence. So this is the beginning of evidence-based medicine. Aristotle had written that man consists of three components, three constituents: physis, nature, ethos, environment, and logos, reason. The term epigenetics is an Aristotelian term. Genetics was used in some form by Plato and epigenetics by Aristotle. Now, here's the history of Western medicine as we understand it today. It started with ancient Greek medicine before 500 BCE, with Asclepia, the healing places. There were over 400 of these places around the Mediterranean basin. Then we have classic Greek medicine, which is evidence-based medicine, lifestyle medicine, and also ethical medicine, medical ethics, the oath. Then we have Hellenistic medicine, with the center being in the Library of Alexandria. And that was called by Eastern cultures medicine, in other words, Ionian medicine. And they still call it this, and this is the medicine that's based on reason. Now, there we have a number of fantastic researchers and physicians, such as Herophilus, Erasistratos, Galen, Areteos, Soranus, Asclepiades, etc. From that, we move to Byzantine or Eastern Roman medicine, and we have the first modern hospital in Constantinople, which was founded in 430 Common Era. Then we have the development of modern medicine until today. There were influences by Persian, Arabic, Judaic, and Armenian medicine, and more recently, Indian, Ayurvedic, Chinese medicine and acupuncture, and also the development of Unani medicine in the East. And right now, we're talking about integrative medicine or holistic medicine and narrative and precision medicine, which means we know everything about the patient and we know in detail the defect that causes the pathology. P4 medicines, predictive, personalized, preventive, and participatory medicine. So you can see how medicine evolved from Hippocratic medicine. In the Hippocratic era and in all the Greek era, there was an important sacred relationship between the doctor and the patient. And you can see that clearly in the book by Asclepiades, who was a Epicurean philosopher and doctor, who said that if there is love for man, there is love for the art. And of course, if you look at the Delphi, there is this saying, Atihoudi synaston, which means have compassion for the suffering. And we have development from empathy to sympathy, compassion, principal compassion, and that's what we use today. Compassion which is beneficial or harmless for both the caring and the cared. And here are the concepts as they develop from ancient Greece. So from Pythagoras and Alcmaeon, let me go to Hippocrates, who said a harmonious balance of the elements and qualities of life is health and disharmony is disease. He talked about eucrasia, good balance, dyscrasia, bad balance, and idiosyncrasy, peculiar balance to somebody. Then he also suggested that it's nature that heals the disease and the physicians just help, and that was transformed in Latin into vis medicatrix naturae. Aristotle talked about the unity of body and mind and about eudaimonia, which is a tranquil, non-sensual pleasure that every person should strive to get. And then we have three for whom ataraxia, imperturbability of mind or equanimity, was key. Epicurus added to which means no pain, and hedony, but in the eudaimonia.
This, it is time for us to move to the panel on whether the principles of ancient Greek philosophy can serve as answering our concerns in the post-COVID era. The moderator of the panel is Dr. Alexis Papazou, former lecturer, author and host of the podcast, The Philosopher and the News. So we can move to the first panel into this session. And Professor Crusos, the good news is that Professor Crusos will be part of the first panel. So we will be able to see more of his presentation and hear more of his opinion and his intervention. So let's move, let's end this session. Let's proceed to the first panel. And so we are here with our first panel. Alexis is the moderator. Alexis. Pleasure. Good morning. Dr. Alexis Papazoglou is the moderator. It's a pleasure having you here today. Your panel, Alexis, consists of some very, very important people such as Professor
I'm not sure everyone
Roussos,
can
that
hear me,
watched.
I'd like to introduce the next panel.
Alexis?
Can the principles of ancient Greek philosophy serve as a guide to answer our concerns for the post-COVID era? On our panel today, we have I'm just waiting for everyone to come online from the panel.
Yes. Okay.
Okay, I'll start
Alexis,
again. So,
can you hear me?
Good morning. My name is Alexis Papazoglou, and it's a pleasure to moderate this panel today on the question of whether the principles of ancient Greek philosophy can serve as a guide to answering our concerns for the post-COVID era. We have 4 distinguished guests on our panel. Professor Vula Tsuna, who is Professor of Philosophy at the Department of Philosophy at the University of California at Santa Barbara and Chair of the Department. Professor Stathis Psilos, who is Professor of Philosophy of Science and Metaphysics in the Department of Philosophy and History of Science at the University of Athens in Greece. We have Professor Christos Yapitzakis, who is Associate Professor of Genetics at the University of Athens and the School of Medicine. And we have also Professor Theophanis Tassis, who is Professor of Contemporary Practical Philosophy at the University of St. Gallen. The speakers will make a short introductory remarks, after which we will have a roundtable discussion among the panelists, and then hopefully there'll be some for a Q&A. So I'd like to ask Professor Vula Tsuna to open our session. Just to remind you, she is Professor of Philosophy and Department Chair at the Department of Philosophy at the University of Santa Barbara. She has been a distinguished visiting scholar at Christ's College, Cambridge, and Beaufort Fellow at St. John's College, Cambridge. Her work is in the area of ancient Greek philosophy. She specializes on the work of Plato, the Socratic schools, and Hellenistic philosophy. And her analysis focuses on topics like rationalism, attitudes towards superstition, and the fear of death. Professor Tsuna, I give it over to you.
Good morning to everybody. Dr. Papazoglou, thank you very much for the introduction. I'll make some brief remarks, try to keep to the 5 minutes time. So the effects of COVID represent a unique experience for humanity, deadly, enduring, and global. It has presented us with many challenges which prove to be interconnected and ultimately value-dependent. We are now at the threshold of a new era, and it seems likely that we should suffer from a sense of confusion, anxiety, and doubt. I believe that Greek philosophy can offer substantial help on many counts, intellectual, psychological, moral, and scientific. And I wish to make today, for the purposes of our discussion, 5 brief points as to how it can do so. 1. The paramount importance of science. The ancient philosophers underscore the necessity to constantly increase and better understand nature and human nature, and they emphasize the enormous ethical and practical significance of that task. For instance, the Stoics equate nature with logos, stress the importance of natural philosophy, and exhort us to align ourselves to the natural things. Similarly, the Epicureans argue that physiologia, the science of nature, is the key to human happiness. All ancient schools acknowledge the contribution of the sciences to civilization and comfort, but also all of them argue that proper scientific practice must be governed by ethical values, otherwise science can do harm rather than good. 2. Taking advice only from the experts. The origins of this idea, and I believe its most powerful defense, are found in Plato. Time and again, Socrates argues that we must be guided only by the experts and not by those ignorant of the subject. Importantly and instructively, he attacks politicians and demagogues who routinely give public speeches on very important things that nothing about. We may consider balancing this idea with the remark that experts also need to listen to the concerns and questions of the people. The so-called citizen science aims precisely to bring scientists in contact with groups of citizens in order to create communication channels between the two. 3. The role of the virtues. In this last year, we have seen much that was negative, both in individuals and at the level of the state. But we also had many occasions to witness the most amazing manifestations of the very virtues that constitute the moral canon of the ancient Greeks. Also, Greek philosophers of all periods offer conceptual tools that may help us trace links between the virtues and scientific practice. Fairness, honesty, perseverance, empathy, generosity, awareness of one's capacities and limits are some of these virtues. 4. Individualism and concern for others. The greater or lesser degree of exposure to COVID-19 has partly depended on each person's consistent efforts to protect themselves and others from infection. Studies have shown that societies with strong family and social bonds do really well, while societies dominated by individualism and isolation did very badly. The latter phenomenon is partly due to intellectual confusion. Individualists perceive every restriction, however necessary, to be an infringement upon their rights. We have seen this pattern on several occasions in the past, and alas, we are likely to see it again in the future. Greek philosophy is especially helpful in this regard, for it negotiates subtly and successfully a balance between caring for oneself and caring for others. And this brings me to my last point: cosmopolitanism and globalization. Despite the lockdowns all over the globe, the pandemic brought many countries together. There is no previous time in my experience where we have been seeking information on a daily basis about what is happening in many other countries around the world. This led us to broaden our horizons, sharpen our sensitivity, and perceive ourselves as facing the same danger as billions of others. Here, then, is something that we have gained through the pandemic and that we must not lose. How can we retain it? Well, one way is proposed by the Stoics. Imagine ourselves, they say, in the middle of successive concentric circles. The closest ones consist by ourselves, our family, relatives, friends, and fellow citizens. And it is natural for us, we have the natural tendency to regard them with affection. But the Stoics urge us to strive to extend that natural inclination so as to develop attitudes of concern and affection for the outer circle, consisting by every remote member of the human species. We may want to think of this metaphor as a social, but also as a scientific paradigm. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Tuna, for these opening remarks. I think this is a topic, you touched on many points, but the question of the role of values in guiding scientific research, I think, will be one that we will have to come back in the discussion and talk more about. Our next panelist is Professor Stathis Psilos. He is Professor of Science and Metaphysics in the Department of Philosophy and History of Science at the University of Athens in Greece. He was a British postdoctoral fellow at the Philosophy Department of the London School of Economics. And in 2008, he was elected member of l'Académie Internationale de Philosophie des Sciences. Professor Psilos will have his introductory read by Dr. Dimitris Karponis, who is an academic foundation doctor at the University of Oxford, I pass it on to you.
Thank you. There's a lot of exactly
Alexis, I think there is an issue with the connection for Dr. Carponis. So perhaps we could move to the next panelist until the.
Okay.
Hello. Hi. Hello, I can hear you. Can hear you very well. Hi. We have. Do we have Professor Psilos's remarks?
Professor Dr. Carponis, perhaps you should go ahead with the intervention, and if we can play the message.
Yes. Let me start by saying it is an absolute honor to be here today among you. It's great to be amongst great scientists, philosophers, and ministers of Greece. Professor Philos has very kindly written his talk for me and written his script. He's an amazing philosopher, very highly cited. Unfortunately, he has developed a rare neurological condition, and he will not be able to deliver his speech today. However, I will be his voice, and this proves that disability cannot stop the philosophical voice and the successes of anyone. So without further ado, I would like to talk to you about the 3 levels of philosophical engagement with a pandemic. The first issue is about the method and causation in particular. We all know that the golden standard in medicine is double-blind clinical trials, but clinical trials take time and need careful implementation. What then should happen in cases when time is of the essence? In the case of the COVID-19 pandemic, that's exactly what was needed, but was not really available at the time. The need to develop efficient vaccines and to use other medicines was really imperative. Hence, proper clinical trials were a methodological luxury. What was the alternative? The issue gave rise to another, namely, what kind of decisions and action should be made under uncertainty. In the case of the pandemic, the uncertainty was double. There is the so-called blue uncertainty, which is kind of scientific inquiry, but there is also the specific uncertainty, which has to do with the lack of secure knowledge of the workings of SARS-CoV-2. The third issue concerns science policy. Given scientific knowledge touches on broader social issues like public health, what should the relationship between policymaking and science be? How does uncertain knowledge feed into the decision-making processes? More importantly, how is the issue of scientific disagreement dealt with, and what consensus-building mechanisms should be set up? It's surprising, similar issues were debated in ancient Greece for the first time. This was a debate among physicians and philosophers, and occasionally persons who were both. It happened in post-Hippocratic Greece and lasted for about 4 centuries, till it was wrapped up by Galen, the famous Greek doctor and philosopher of the 2nd century AD. For about 3 centuries, there were 2 competing schools, not just for practicing medicine, but for doing science too. The ancient self-proclaimed empirics were a group of doctors who took it that, in practicing the art of medicine, doctors should rely on experience alone. The founder of that sect was Philinus of Kos, around 260 BC. The main proponents were Menodotus, Theodas, and Heraclitus. Empiricism was developed as a reaction to the proliferation of theories in medical practice. Empirics attacked the dominant school in medicine, the so-called rationalists or dogmatists, who, taking cues from the Stoic theory of science, argued that there is a special kind of rational inference called indicative inference, which enables the transition from an effect to its invisible cause. Empiricists took it that medicine is the accumulation of empirical generalizations, called theorems. This accumulation is based on autopsy, that is, on one's own observations, and history, or reports on other practitioners' observations. But there was a rather sticky problem. Experiences of the past. How then can there be theoretical novelty in medicine? How can new diseases be treated? The prevailing thought was that this was achieved by transition to the similar, the του ομοίου μετάβαση. This was taken to be a way of invention, a heuristic. It was based on the idea that when a drug has worked for a case of A in the past, it will also work for a new case of B, which is similar to A. Yet there was some active debate about the status of indicative inference, whose justification is far from obvious. The empiric doctors joined forces with the skeptic philosophers in order to curtail the rashness of reason. A skeptic philosopher and empiric doctor, Sextus Empiricus, put it. Evident things are known by themselves, that is, non-inferentially. But non-evident things are known by means of signs. And there are two kinds of signs, recollective or commemorative signs and indicative signs. So correspondingly, two kinds of interference. The standard ancient example of recollective sign is smoke, as is the case of if there is smoke, there is fire. The standard example of an indicative sign was the case of sweating, entailing its non-evident source, that is, the pores in the skin. The issue of the distinction between these two kinds of inferences was centrally disputed among the ancient physicians and philosophers. The empiricists employed special technical terminology to map this distinction. They called indicative sign inference analogism and commemorative sign inference epilogism. And the key argument of empiricists in favor of epilogism was that this kind of inference involved in it, being directed towards visible things, it is an inference common and universally used by the whole mankind. This kind of debate came to a halt when Galen provided a synthesis of the views of the two sects, via media, by claiming that empiricism should be open to theory, but theory should be open to empirical testing. Reporting his own views, Galen suggested the need for a reasoned account to be added to what is known from experience. This reasoned account, a theory, should be tested in experience. This narration only scratches the surface of an extremely sophisticated and deep debate about methodology and knowledge that happened on the shores of the Aegean Sea and the Mediterranean more than 2 millennia ago. It is my claim that revisiting this very topical debate holds the key to the development of a new post-COVID-19 paradigm. Here are some brief reasons why. Recall the 3 levels of philosophical engagement with the pandemic. Number 1, causation. Isn't it ultimately the problem of the methodological and epistemological status of the transition to the similar? 2, uncertainty. Isn't it ultimately the issue of indicative inference? 3, evidence-based policy. Isn't it ultimately the issue of Galenian synthesis? The pandemic will be over, sooner or later, but when it is, what should we do? We should do precisely what the ancient Greek doctors did. Go back to the drawing board and try not just to do science better, but also debate what it takes to do science better. We don't just need better theories or more experiences of similar cases, we should turn to philosophy to help us raise the right questions. So, what ultimately is the message of ancient Greek medicine? The betterment of science requires, every now and then, a detour via philosophy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Karpounis, and thank you very much, Professor Psyllos, for these very interesting introductory remarks on how the philosophy of science can help us think through the challenges, the scientific challenges that COVID-19 posed, and we'll come back to some of these questions around acting in conditions of uncertainty. But our next panelist is Professor Christos Yapidakis. He's Associate Professor of Genetics at the School of Medicine at the University of Athens and at Hagia Sophia Children's Hospital. But he's also an advisor on the board of the Research Laboratory for Applied Philosophy at the University of Athens. So a doctor who thinks about philosophy, and I look forward to hearing Dr. Yapidakis' introductory remarks. Over to you, Professor.
Thank you very much for the invitation to be among you today. And I would like to share my screen. Okay, can you see my screen now? I'm trying to present. Okay.
We could see your screen for a moment there, but it went away again.
Okay.
So whatever you did previously worked.
Okay, I'm all right. I'm waiting for the.
If you need some help, I mean, you almost did it before, so you can share again. Go to present to audience. Can you see it's the third button from at the bottom of the camera of the photos? Can you see it?
Yeah.
Okay. Go to present to audience. And
I pressed that.
And then you go to screen share. Are you there?
Yeah, and screen share. And then I press screen share.
Okay. You can see you choose the screen and then share.
Okay.
Okay.
Fine.
Let's wait for a moment.
And I think you can see my screen now.
No, we cannot see it yet. So maybe you have to do it again. It's okay. It's okay. We can see it now.
Can you see it?
It is loading.
Can you see it now?
Not yet. So you have the presentation on?
Yes, I do.
Maybe we should do that again. So at the bottom of the screen, the button that says sharing the screen is hidden, right? Okay, let's try it again.
Okay. Screen share.
You go to screen share. Tell me when you have pressed it so we can move on from there.
Krisa, can I suggest something? Since the clock is ticking, if Professor Yapizaki could proceed and make his intervention, proceed into his presentation.
I think okay now.
It's more important to be able to hear the professor's.
Can you see it?
Press it again. Just press again the presentation button. Okay, and then just put full screen and just change the slides.
Okay.
Okay.
Can you see them?
Yes, it's okay.
Press it again. Can you see
press
them
again the presentation button.
Okay. So it's a pleasure to be here and to have this opportunity to present an evidence-based case of the scientific humanism of Epicurus. Can you see it? Okay. I suggest. Can you see my screen?
Yes, Professor Yapizakis, we can see it now.
Can hear this. You start with your presentation. Important for you out.
So it takes some time to have the presentation. I don't know. I wanted to share with you. Okay. Now you can see it, I guess. Now you can see it. Okay, I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me. I would like to present my evidence-based case of the scientific humanism of Epicurus. That's why I wanted to show you the slides. I would suggest that the best philosophical guidance is scientific humanism, a combination of science with biological ethics based on human nature for social utility and individual happiness, as expressed with clarity and consistency by the ancient Athenian philosopher Epicurus. And I would like to say that Epicurus was an empiricist, a naturalist, a humanist, and he used the evidence-based method of using criteria of truth, like senses, emotions, and words as collective perceptions. And he aimed to happiness, meaning mental tranquility and absence of physical pain, by means of the empirical study of nature and resulting prudence, practical wisdom, virtue, and friendship. He spoke about many things that modern society has verified, like atoms and void, atomic weight, atomic nature of senses, emerging chemical properties based on atomic structure, molecular basis of disease, necessity and chance, free will, evolution of species based on natural selection, multitudes of worlds in the universe, justice as a social contract, progress of civilization, and many other things. The Epicurean philosophy was the first international multilingual humanistic movement that influenced thousands of men and women, mainly Greeks and Romans, but also other people in 3 continents during 7 centuries in the Hellenistic and Roman eras, and then for about 1,000 years during the Middle Ages, Epicurus' teachings were distorted and forgotten. And then in 1417, the discovery of the poem De Rerum Natura, meaning on the nature of things, by the Roman Epicurean Lucretius in Renaissance, led to the revival of Epicurean philosophy in 1650 by Galileo's friend Pierre Gassendi, a French astronomer, philosopher, a Christian priest. And this revival of Epicurean philosophy by Gassendi led to empiricism, enlightenment, and modern science. And also it inspired many people involved in the American, French, and Greek revolutions, like the American Thomas Jefferson or the Greek Rigas Verelestinlis, as we discussed recently in a Pan-Hellenic Symposium of Epicurean philosophy. And this revival by Gassendi of Epicureanism led to modern era. So the modern scientific humanism shares many features with Epicurean philosophy, namely naturalism, philanthropy, that every human has a value, biological ethics, freedom of choice, which includes freedom of religion, justice as a social contract, aims at quality of life, and the right to pursue happiness. And happiness, according to Epicurus, is equivalent to health, according to the World Health Organization. Health is a state of complete physical, mental, and social well-being, says WHO, and not merely the absence of disease or infirmity. And actually, the Epicurean philosophy aiming at happiness is one of the best philosophical ways of management of stress, as shown by an innovative program that was very successful and was based on science and mainly on Epicurean philosophy, realized by Professors Protopapadakis, Krousos, and myself recently, and its results will be published in the next few months. So, in conclusion, among ancient Greek philosophies, I would say that the Epicurean philosophy is the most compatible with science and naturalism, with humanism, with social contract and human rights, animal rights and environmental issues. It is the most compatible with cognitive psychotherapy. It has proven its worth during Renaissance, Enlightenment, and early modern era. It is both Greek and universal. It promotes utility and happiness of all people. Therefore, in the post-COVID era, I would suggest that evidence suggests that the best guidance is scientific humanism based on Epicurus philosophy. And I've written a book about this that was published a few months ago. Thank you very much for your attention. And I'm interested to go on to discussion.
Thank you, Professor Yapitzakis, for your introductory remarks. Apologies, everyone who is following us on this platform and everywhere else about the technical difficulties we're facing. It's a good reminder that technology might not be the solution to all our problems and is not the all-powerful thing that sometimes we make it out to be. It often just breaks down and doesn't work and even can't do very basic things. I'd like to introduce our final speaker from our panel, Professor Theophanis Dassis, who is a visiting professor at the University of St. Gallen and the University of Athens. His areas of specialization include political and moral philosophy, new media philosophy, phenomenology, existentialism, critical theory, neopragmatism. Professor Dassis has a very broad interests and is going to talk to us today a little bit about thinking on the transhumanistic side of what the COVID pandemic has taught us. Professor Dassis, over to you. You're on mute still, I'm afraid.
Sorry. Thank you very much. So I'm going to talk on the concept of ancient Greek philosophy, which importance for us today I think is significant. It's the care of the self.
You need to unmute. I cannot hear you.
Can you hear me now? Okay. So the concept I'm going to talk about is the concept of epimelia eαυτού, the care of the self. In ancient Greece, philosophy was practiced as an art of living and not purely as an intellectual activity. So it included a repertoire of exercises, and those exercises were very important in order to be able to take care of yourself. Those exercises were physical exercises, spiritual exercises, and also intellectual exercises. Being able to master those exercises meant being able to care of oneself. And the care of the self was a condition of self-government. So the people who managed to govern themselves were also able to participate at the public exercise of power. So the care of the self had at the same time a crucial importance for democracy in ancient Greece. It is not difficult to see how this concept of the care of the self is important right now in the pandemic, because it helps us to cope with it and at the same time it comforts us. But also it is very important because it strengthens us as democratic citizens. Although the care of the self is a very important concept during the pandemic, I believe that it will be a more important concept after the pandemic, because during the pandemic, the digitalization of all our institutions and activities has accelerated. And since it has accelerated, we have the tendency to assign to algorithms most of our activities. The care of the self in this context could include our digital self as well. So the new project would be right now to take care not only of our embodied self, but also of our digital self. That's one aspect of the importance of the care of the self today. The second aspect would be that in the last around 10 years, the importance in philosophy of a movement called transhumanism is growing. transhumanists argue that in order to cope not only with the pandemic, but also with future pandemics, and in general with the challenges of the digitalization of society, we should enhance ourselves. And for them, the COVID vaccine is already a form of enhancement. Although I believe that human enhancement is not something we should dismiss at first hand, I'm very skeptical towards radical enhancement. And in order to reflect on the issue of human enhancement, I think we should take into consideration a second notion from ancient Greek philosophy, and the second notion is the notion of phronesis. And phronesis here means an intellectual ability, but at the same time also the use of intuition and imagination in order to define the metron, the right amount in action. So phronesis is a condition of self-limitation. And self-limitation is something very important in regard to human enhancement and also in our quest for strong artificial intelligence. So I believe that with Epimelia F2 and phronesis, we have two very powerful tools at our disposal in order to face the challenges presented by transhumanism and artificial intelligence in the post-COVID area. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Professor Tassis. We're running very late, and Professor Chroussos' previous talk was cut short. So before we have a brief discussion, I'd like him to make a comment on what he's heard over the last half hour, what the introductory remarks of the speakers were, and how it relates to some of the concerns that he expressed in his own presentation around the ethics and the ethical principles guiding science in the post-pandemic. So, Professor Chroussos, if you have 5 minutes, you can give some brief comments on this. Many thanks. Please unmute yourself before you start. Thank you.
Okay, let me just say, because I didn't have time to finish my lecture, that personally, after a lot of thought, I have become a scientific humanist. So I'm in full agreement with what Professor Yapidakis said. Of all the ancient philosophers, I think the most contemporary is Epicurus. He was able to synthesize the many philosophies that were expressed before him and to express a philosophy that really represents me. I believe in human dignity, in human equality. I believe in bioethics. I believe in sticking close to nature in what we do. And when I go back and examine the core ancient virtues expressed by Plutarch, I see clearly that there are more than four than he expressed, more than courage and phronesis and so forth. I think the ancient Greeks were humanists. The Hippocratic school were all humanists. And I think they had the power to transcend themselves. So transcendence was also present in the ancient world. Perhaps it was not, it was very limited to a small elite of people. It's a bad word to use. But they knew what was going on somehow. They had felt it. They had thought about it. And what they thought, all of them, Aristotle especially and Epicurus, were the way we should think today. I believe that everything that we discuss today has been already discussed and talked about in ancient Greece. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Chroussos. we strictly have 5 minutes for a discussion, which clearly is not going to be enough time. So unless someone has a very short comment that they can make in an intervention for 1 minute or 2 minutes, please let me know. Otherwise, I think, because the juice of all this discussion was going to be our conversation and the roundtable discussion, we're going to have to do it again in a different setting, perhaps, so that we can all engage with each other's remarks, because I think there is both a lot of overlap in what people are saying. We're talking about how science is not a value-neutral activity, and it shouldn't be a value-neutral activity. It should be guided by ethical principles, ethical values. There are lots of questions about what that means exactly. Does that mean it is guided by values during the research itself? Does it mean it's guided by values when we come to apply the knowledge that we have? Does it mean the values come in when we talk about policy making and how it affects our politics? A lot of questions about uncertainty. I really enjoyed some of Professor Psilos's remarks about thinking scientifically under conditions of uncertainty. And of course, the pandemic has showed us that we often are faced with this condition, these challenges where we have to do something without knowing everything. So questions around how does science proceed in those cases when there's not enough time to do peer review and double-blind studies? What are the standards of science at that point? But also, what are the ethical principles that should guide us in times of uncertainty? If we don't know everything, how do we act? How do we proceed? And also a lot of very interesting, uses of ancient Greek theoretical principles, the principle of the measured principles that Theophanes Stasis referenced, a lot of interesting things from Stoic philosophy around how to think about nature, cosmopolitanism, which Vulatsuna mentioned in her talk. I think this pandemic has showed us that we cannot only be concerned with what happens in our small community or our country or our union of countries in the European Union. What happens in China can end up affecting all of us throughout the world. So we need to have a cosmopolitanism that goes beyond our borders. I really wish we had the time to go into all of these very interesting questions and engage a little bit more with all the remarks that all of you made. I will make sure that we do that in a different venue at a different time, so that these thoughts don't go to waste, because I think there's a lot there. So we were also going to have questions from the audience. Obviously, there's no time for that as well. We have to kind of stick to the schedule because this is also broadcasted live. So I would like to thank all of you very much for your brief interventions, for thinking about this question, and I very much hope that we can go forward in a future time and have this discussion amongst us, because I think there's going to be a lot of fruitful both overlap as well as disagreement on certain points.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Alex.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I'm waiting for Paula, our host, to log on so she can pass us on to the next session.
Mm-hmm.
But as ever, there seem to be some technical issues here. As we wait.
So there are some connection issues from the Paula side. So I would like to thank you all again and end the session now and move on to our next and the third session.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone, for your patience with this panel, and hope to speak again soon.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we are back to our first virtual symposium of the Greek Scientists Society. Our next panel is quite intriguing and quite interesting. We're honored to have everyone here with us today as we all witnessed governments reacting in the best possible way during the pandemic, which, well, it surely did not bring Greece to its knees. How should the governments anticipate the new reality, spark a way of innovation for the scientific community and the industry, and prepare the citizens to become digitally enabled within this transition period? This is the topic of discussion from our second panel, which will be moderated by Mr. Athanasios Ellis, Editor-in-Chief of Kathimerini English Edition and a former Washington correspondent. Mr. Ellis will be the host of the representatives we mentioned at the beginning of our symposium on behalf of the governments of Greece and of Cyprus. It is an honor to have the deputy ministers of Cyprus and Greece here, Mrs. Anna Diamantopoulou, an excellent lady, a lady to look up for with her work. She makes us proud. But before we start, allow me to ask a question to Mr. Athanasios Ellis. You have interviewed during your career multiple important men and women, from elected President Joe Biden to Nicolas Sarkozy, Mr. Erdogan. I would like to know which one was your favorite interview among all these important people, sir.
Well, let me point out that Biden was not president when I interviewed him. He was almost becoming vice president. I would say Erdogan. He was 2004. It was after the Annan plan. He was in Greece. And those were the good days when we hoped that Cyprus would move forward. He was very, positive compared to Egypt and others in the past. But things have moved in the wrong direction, and every year seems to be worse than the previous. But most of them were very interesting personalities, and of course, also, I would say Strauss-Kahn in 2010 was very big, because, and actually he said about the crisis, I don't see the IMF and the international community as somebody who's coming to punish you. We, he said, are the doctors, and the prescription may be tough, but you have to take it. So I would say on the institutional level, Strauss-Kahn, and on the political level, Erdogan.
Excellent. That's very interesting. I'm looking forward for your book with all these interviews. So with no further ado, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Athanasios Ellis will introduce to our panelists representing the governments of Greece and Cyprus. The stage is yours.
Thank you very much. We're moving from the philosophical world, based on what we heard in the previous hour, to the dry hour world, the everyday world, where governments and the private sector is trying to deal with innovation. And we have people who know about it. And I would start with the lady, Mrs. Diamantopoulou, who is with us. She's a former European Commission commissioner of the European Union, which says a lot about her personality. Presently, she's the founder and president of Dictio. She was also a minister, among other things, of education and also development and research and innovation. So, I think she's the perfect person to answer a few of our questions. We'll start with her presentation, and then we'll move to the other three gentlemen. As I see it, for the time being, we only have two of them, but I think they're coming up very soon. They will be with us. Ms. Diamantopoulou.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for this invitation, and my congratulations for this organization, particularly to Mr. Zaharis. Coordinating scientific communities of Greek diaspora with those within Greece, it has been always a challenge for governments, and it continues to be. I have my own experience on that, and I have been in Silicon Valley with Mr. Pierakakis at that time, many years ago, and we had tried to organize this network. One of these conferences' underlying ideas is to draw parallels with ancient Greek philosophy. As the latest principle is the basis of enlightenment and the basis of scientific evolution across the world and across centuries and spaces, it's becoming pretty clear that these principles have been universal. They are not just Greeks. So what would be interesting, and this is an idea that if you like, we can work on that, is the establishment of a new affectiony comprised of scientific communities. Namely, to create thematic communities of scientists and get them connected with each other on the basis of common objectives. So let us think, if you find interesting, how this new kind of Greek affectionies could be. Now, coming back to the government's world. My recent cooperation with the 38 countries of the OECD countries has made it very clear that there are common priorities across the world. And I could say three of them. It is the digital transformation, it is the climate change, and it is the new models of welfare state, and particularly new models in education, in the health systems, and in the labor markets. Climate change and digitization, which are two priorities for the Greek government as well, are interconnected, and they go hand in hand with scientific, digital, and technological developments. So policies for governments are becoming more and more complex to design, and are also more data-driven. I will be referring to some lines. I'm pick up some priorities, 5 of them. The first one is the word foresight. We know that during the pandemic world and after that, our primary goals are 2. It is recovery and resilience. So it is a must for governments to organize foresight hubs, foresight mechanisms, because they have to prepare their structures and their infrastructures for future shocks. The second issue, narrative. Politics is about managing both today and tomorrow. So governments, whatever they do, and in cooperation with their scientists and their networks, they have to persuade people for the digital transformation, for the climate change. So they need new kind of narratives, grand narratives, where people can understand what they have to win and what they have to lose out. The third issue is organizing clusters. Clusters comprised by both scientists and firms, private sector. And speaking about Greece, what we particularly, and for Cyprus as well, need is an institutional framework and financial support. We need a simple and solid legal framework, setting universities and researchers free of bureaucracy, facilitating international synergies, and using in an efficient way the new financial instruments, from angels, investors to venture capitalists. It is a must that we have to develop it in Greece in a different way, particularly for innovation reasons. The fourth issue is that the governments on this area need to have qualitative and quantitative goals with political agenda and scientific foundations. What do I mean by that? Concrete goals means that in all areas, for example, in justice and AA, public administrations and AA, precise agriculture, transportation, the issue of healthcare, where there are so big challenges, And of course, preparing SMEs and multinationals for thriving in the new digital economy. And in Greece, particularly important, the defense sector. So, narrative and concrete goals. The fifth issue, it is education and lifelong learning policies. No time to speak about education, which is a very complicated issue in Greece, particularly with universities. But I would like just to make a very concrete comment about the need for digital reskilling of adults. I think this is one of the major issues. There is a need that this reskilling, digital reskilling, must be a universal service. And this is the case in many countries. And they have organized this issue with vouchers, so with cooperation between public and private sector. And this is my last point. In this new era, there is a need of instruments based on the cooperation of public and private sector. Thank you.
Mr. Ellis, you can unmute yourself because we cannot hear you, please. Thank you, Mr. Diamantopoulos. Going back to you, Ellis, Mr. Ellis.
Mrs. Diamantopoulos, for the fact that I did not have to interrupt, which is usually the case with many speakers. I welcome Mr. Dimas, who is with us also. And we'll move to Mr. Kerakakis, who is the Minister for Digital Governance. It's an interesting ministry these days because not only a lot of change is taking place, but because of the pandemic, it's a must for the country, for the companies, for the government, for the schools. So it's most people, if you believe the polls, and on that note, I do believe them with respect to the specific minister, a lot of work is being done. So I welcome the minister to tell us how he's doing it or present his view, and then we'll move to some questions. Mr. Kerakakis.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ellis. Congratulations to the organizers for this digital convention. I have to say that I'm very happy to be on the same panel with people that I deeply respect and I closely work or have worked with. And let me go straight to answering your question. So far, what we have been trying to do vis-a-vis digital transformation, especially in a very challenging
Mr.
year.
Ellis, do we have the minister with us? Can Mr. Kerakakis hear us?
I can fully hear you. No?
We hear him too.
Yes.
We hear him very well.
Yes.
Okay, excellent.
Go ahead. I think we are okay.
Very good. Okay, I'm just double checking from my end. Thank you.
So during a very challenging year, what we have been trying to do was to follow up with a very aggressive digital agenda, which started with the digitization of the services in the public sphere and how citizens could be better served by the state, especially during COVID, where we had to achieve business continuity overall, both in the private and in the public sector. And in that sense, we have two things to show for, which overall I think underline a change in how the state treats its citizens. The creation of the Unified Government Portal, gov.gr, which started with 501 digital services last year and now has more than 1,100 services. And I think there is an interesting number to also share, how in 2 years the Greek state has overall digitized in those interactions. From the calls that we have in our interoperability center in the General Secretariat of Information Systems, which shows, I think, a huge leap from 8.8 million calls in 2018 to 94 million in 2020. Almost times 12 change in the digital state. And those 94 calls are effectively 94 million visits, which didn't take place in a pandemic. So in a sense, we instrumentalized an already existing policy, that of simplifying services and digitizing the state, to a tool to battle the virus. But in order to address the nucleus of the question, which has to do a lot with leveraging the capabilities of Greek scientists and researchers overall around the globe, I think it's quite interesting to share our policy on 5G, which effectively was a trifecta of policy, but which had the purpose of answering this question at its core.
And this policy effectively treated the auction process as a business-friendly process, which had to be completed quite soon. So last December, we completed our auction on 5G for all 4 bands of 5G. And most countries have had challenges in terms of doing that. But I think the most interesting aspect of this are the following 2 policy ideas. So the question on 5G is mostly how economic activity will be generated. And this is not a telecom question. It's a question on the vertical sectors of society which will be transformed by those new technological capabilities. So, for instance, we speak about driverless cars. We speak about robotic surgeries from afar. Those are all capabilities that will be enabled by this new network. So the question becomes, how do you push, how do you generate these capabilities from the point of view, from the lens of the policymaker or of the state? The classical old school approach would make us focus, for instance, on classical subsidies. But this hasn't proven to be a smart policy, especially in the technological sphere. So what we thought was to effectively instrumentalize the auction, obtain 25% of the auction proceeds. So we had an overall auction of 372 million euros. We got 93 million euros out of this. And we endowed the venture capital fund in Greece, which is a targeted 5G fund. So the idea behind this fund, which we call Festos, is to invest. First of all, the managers will fundraise from the private sector, from family offices, from other companies. So the total amount that will be handled by the fund will be much more than 93 million at the end. And the fundraising process shall conclude by mid this year. And then the managers of the fund will be investing in startups or larger companies that produce technological products that have to do with 5G. So this is part, let's say, of our approach towards generating an ecosystem and leveraging capabilities. The third part of this policy, of course, is even more targeted towards researchers, towards universities and research centers, and has to do with the fact that we didn't auction the full spectrum, but we kept a small portion of it, and we're handling it through the Ministry of Digital Governance, and we're offering access for free to research centers, universities, and startups. So if you take all of those 3 things together, it's a policy overall to generate value in an ecosystem, to leverage resources from researchers, from startups, from spin-offs, from people who are either within Greece or all over the world, and to create an ecosystem around 5G technologies in this country. Now, following up and concluding with what is next in that sphere, I think that we need to significantly leverage the significant resources that we have in front of us from the RRF, from the post-COVID reconstruction funds that we will have access to through the EU. And there, 20% of this overall package shall focus on digital projects. So we have published our digital strategy, which we call the Digital Bible. It's online. And it's not only a strategy, it's actually a very concrete action plan with more than 400 projects. And amongst these projects, I think one of the things that we should be focusing on is exactly what Anna Diamantopoulou said, that reskilling, technological reskilling is extremely significant, especially as we are focusing on digitizing the state and the economy overall. This proved to be a challenge last year. It's still a challenge. And the challenge is actually vis-a-vis that old quote that says that the devil lies in the detail. We need to answer the question, what reskilling and through which mechanisms? And still, overall throughout the world, we have had challenges with regards to focusing those programs, especially given what we need with all those emerging technologies that we're seeing all around the world. Overall, university systems are transitioning toward reskilling and more targeted programs from more classical, bigger programs. And this is, apart from the technological program, certainly one area where we plan to focus on in the coming years.
Thank you very much. And we're moving to the third speaker and another country, to Cyprus. And Mr. Kyriakos Kokinos, who is the Deputy Minister to the President of Cyprus for Research, Innovation and Digital Policy. He was, before becoming that, the Chief Scientist for Research and Innovation. So I guess the title by itself says a lot. He also worked many years in the private sector, which is an interesting combination. Most of our speakers have been in both public and private sector, which the way they work, they function together is, I think, the key to innovation and to the digital age we're moving into. So, Mr. Kokinos and Cyprus, I guess.
Mr. Ellis and distinguished speakers and good friends, thank you for inviting me on this very important symposium. I think that governments, both Greece and Cyprus, and all other governments are concerned what will be the next norm for economic competitiveness and social prosperity for our citizens. And I think both Greece and Cyprus, we have a common path to follow. We need to build a new economic model which relies, in addition to our traditional industry sectors like tourism and others, it needs to rely on a knowledge-based society. And fortunately, both Greece and Cyprus, we have the most important ingredient that we need, the intellectual capital, our scientists, our research and innovation ecosystem at country level. Now, for me and for my government, there are three pillars to support this new economic model that will take us to the next level of competitiveness. One is the local ecosystems that we already have in place. The second is our diaspora, that so far we did not leverage as we should. We do not have a coherent game plan. We do not have an execution plan. We don't even have a strategy. Sometimes we claim that we have a vision, but a vision without, as Mrs. Diamantopoulou mentioned before, a clear set of goals, accountability and ownership will not be enough. And the third pillar, at least for Cyprus, but I believe the same is valid for Greece, is the fact that we are very small countries. And for this reason, we need to build another pillar and rely through cross-fertilization and collaboration with neighboring countries. For us in Cyprus, Israel is a natural ally, and this is what we do. But also we are at the crossroad between Middle East and North Africa. So an EU member state collaborating and building research and innovation bridges with the neighboring countries is key. So my three pillars are my strong research ecosystem that we have, our diaspora that we didn't leverage, and this is the purpose of this symposium today, to invite, to convince our scientists across the globe. Now there is a new Greece and a new Cyprus for trusting and building bridges and networking. The collaboration between our ecosystems, the diaspora and our local, has been so far happening on a bottom-up approach. There are strong links at university level, etc., between various scientists across the globe, America, Australia. But there is an absence of a top-down support on that. And this is what we have been missing. And the other thing that we have been very strong in Greece and Cyprus is our research excellence. What we failed, or we are weak, is how do we translate this research excellence into value add to the real economy? How do we commercialize? And this is what our diaspora can do for us, because they are working and they are excelling in geographies where the translation and research and commercialization is a key ingredient. I will stop here and we can continue through the interactive session to answer to some questions on that. Thank you.
Sorry, thank you very much. And we're moving to the last, but not least, as we say, speaker, Mr. Dimas, who is the Deputy Minister for Development and Investment in charge of Research and Technology. He is also somebody, first of all, very young, like Mr. Pierakakis and also Mrs. Diamantopoulou. He will always eternally be young for us. And he also has worked in the private sector, which for me at least is very interesting, because this helps people when they get into government to deal much better with companies and what has to be done, especially in this age of digital development. So, Mr. Dimas, the floor, we say, is yours, and then we'll move to some questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ellis. First of all, allow me to say that, unfortunately for me, I'm a bit older than Minister Pierakakis. But it's a great pleasure and honor to be here in this scientific symposium, which I think is a great initiative, and especially to be in this panel with excellent and distinguished speakers. Regarding research and innovation, the Greek government has set 3 basic goals. First of all, to link more effectively research with innovation and entrepreneurship. Secondly, to increase R&D spending in Greece. And third, to link the fragmented ecosystem in the country. So regarding the first target, allow me to say that if we compare Greece to the other EU member states, in terms of research and education, we're performing rather well, quite competitively to the EU average. But when actually this research is called to be developed into innovation and entrepreneurship, we're actually lagging behind. So this is a great challenge which we're trying to deal with. We have increased the R&D spending in the last years, and it's quite interesting that R&D spending in Greece was mostly a government issue up until 2017, where the majority of funding in R&D came from the public sector. 2017 was the turning point, and ever since the private sector is spending more and more in research and development. In fact, one of our basic initiatives, which we voted last year, was to increase the super deduction tax rates for companies that invest in research and development. We increased the super deduction tax rates from 130% to 200%. This is very important because it gives a further incentive for companies that are already established in Greece to further invest in R&D, but it also makes Greece much more attractive for such investments. And allow me to say that in the last 1.5 years, we have attracted important companies that are investing in R&D, including Microsoft, Amazon, Pfizer, EY, Cisco, Ego, Volkswagen. So there has been a lot of development in this sector. And why is R&D a strategic priority for the government? It is a strategic priority because if we want to keep our scientists and talented individuals in the country, we have to give them good job opportunities, and R&D does create good job opportunities. So it's extremely important in order to keep our scientists and talented individuals here, but also reattract some of them that left the country, that fled the country during the economic crisis. Our third initiative had to do with the ecosystem. Up until recently, the Greek government had no details about the ecosystem, how many startups we had, how many people these startups employed, in which sector they were, what budgets they had. So we had absolutely no information about the startup ecosystem. So even if the Greek government wanted to legislate initiatives that would be beneficiary for the startup ecosystem, we didn't know to whom we would actually implement these reforms. So what did we do? We started looking at best practices of other countries. One of the countries is Israel, because we're trying to work very close with Israel, as Kyriakos Kokinos said also. And we saw that in certain cases, a national startup registry would work very well. So we did create Elevate Greece, that does act as a national startup entry point, as a registry, but also it's a very important tool that gives the opportunity to startups, spin-offs, incubator centers, accelerators, and VC funds to network between them and create synergies, which is extremely important for the startup ecosystem. Elevate Greece has already been working for the last Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. Elevate Greece has been working for the last 4.5 months. We have more than 220 startups that have registered up until now, employing more than 2,000 people. They have raised more than 65 million euros from the funds, from the VC funds. These are some first data. It hasn't yet been completed, but it does give us a very good first picture of the Greek startup ecosystem, and it's actually quite interesting to state that 20% of our startups come from life sciences, approximately 10% from tourism, environment, and another 10% from agri-tech also. So we start have important details about our startup ecosystem. Last but not least, Greece doesn't have a natural ground for innovation. We are creating an innovation district in Attica. An innovation district is a natural matchmaking ground where R&D departments of companies, startuppers, spin-offs, and innovators create synergies in order to produce innovative products or services. It's proceeding quite quickly through a public-private partnership. The international tender has started, and until the 19th of April, we have set that date as a final date for the first offers regarding the company, the consortium, to be more accurate, that will actually start creating an innovation district in Athens. So we hope that until the beginning of 2022, we will have a consortium ready to start building an innovation district in Athens, which we consider to be a very important step, not only for Athens or Greece, but it will become a reference point for innovation in Southeastern Europe and the Balkans.
Thank you very much. So that concludes the first round, let's say, of speeches. Let me point out, because we mentioned some people being young, unfortunately, I covered Mr. Dimas's father as a minister, which might say something, but maybe I was very young. Maybe I was in high school at that time. So most spoke, or a few, about reskilling. And to be honest, what I see and I hear from the average person is concern. Some are even scared about this new age, everything being digital, this new norm of big data, artificial intelligence. So can each of you just in 1 or 2 minutes, I don't want a huge philosophical answer, but what would you say to the average person in Greece and Cyprus, but I guess all over the world, or how should she or he deal with that? Should we be afraid? Should we accept it and live with it? Is there something that we can do to make it easier? Let me start with Mrs. Diamantopoulos.
Thank you. You're right. This is one of the most important issues, and it must be a priority in governmental policies. A few points. The first one is that we all know that there is a need for a total fundamental reform in the educational systems. I could give the title Aristotle and Computing, Aristotle and Coding. And it is being linked with what we have said and with the discussion we have already done, that now in our era, we need both. We need the humanistic skills and we need the digital skills. But it is imperative to understand that we need both. Otherwise, we have to compete with the machines, and we cannot. I mean, it is the human being, are the human beings who have to occupy the world. So on the one side, on the educational systems, we need a fundamental reform in the curricula vitae of primary and secondary education. And then we're coming to the adults. We come to the universities and to the adults. I think we are entering an era where we have to discuss about the universal right of having access to education during our whole life. If this is not the case, I'm afraid that a big part of our societies will be excluded from the labor market. So we can see what is going on in the world. And I could refer to a few examples in Singapore, in Korea, in Denmark, and in some lenders in Germany, where there are these vouchers. This is why I refer to that an adult can make use it and can choose where to go in order to have this kind of new digital skills in the private sector or in the public sector. But at any rate, these companies or this public service must be certified, of course. So 2 points. The first one, it is a universal right. So it is a new big political and ideological discussion. And the second one is a different organization of having access to these training services.
We're moving to Mr. Kerakakis, but let me add to what you said. My question also included in my mind the question about the government and the private sector. Who does the reskilling? Does the private sector, who's more qualified, maybe being subsidized government? Is it better that the government does it, as you mentioned, through our lifetime or more specifically during school years? I mean, we're at the point where we're discussing this, we're debating this, so I'm sure ideas will come and go. Mr. Kerakakis, your thoughts on that?
First of all, let me say that from the policymaker standpoint, the key challenge is to design services and to design processes which are both digital and physical, meaning that they need to be as simple as possible and provide access to 100% of the citizens. So to give one example here, let me quote the vaccination platform that we have in Greece, where on the one hand, you have a fully digital system where you can book your appointments. You have a secondary digital system where the state contacts you via SMS and you can confirm your appointment. But on the other hand, you can book your appointment in a pharmacy store or in a citizen service center. I think that this is a model overall vis-a-vis how the state should be designing its interaction with citizens. But putting that aside, reskilling is obviously an absolute necessity. Now, first, you need to design digital services as simple as possible, even those who are purely digital, so that the maximum amount of people can have access to them regardless of their level of digital skills. But to a certain extent, this is not possible. So there, we need to design specific reskilling policies with regards to how to increase the overall skills in society. As a government, for instance, we deployed the National Digital Academy during the first lockdown last year. It's part of our government program, of our government portal, and we have more than 200 classes there, and the self-assessment tool where one can either learn advanced things like coding in specific programming languages, or very simple things, how to Google, even something as simple as that. But this is not, of course, the answer. It's a segment of the answer. The answer needs to be targeted programs of reskilling. And overall, I think that we have two trends that underline the need towards further reskilling on behalf of university systems, on behalf of states, on behalf of companies. To answer your question, both the public and the private sector should do it. Now, the two trends are on the one hand, the demographic changes. Every 4 years on average, we win a year of life expectancy. This has been a linear change overall in the 20th century, and it's continuing. A child born now on most European countries has more than 50% chances of reaching a life up to 100. So the three-phase life of education, work, pension, in that sense, is over. You will enter and re-enter the labor market with different skills, and you will have different careers. And this means, together with the second force, which is the technological disruption, that you need to have very targeted programs which will enable you to do so. So you need many layers of policy. Some programs will be simple for the overall population. Some other programs need to be more targeted. If you work in the public sector, you need to be upskilled perhaps to learn something extra on digital. So we need to go into the nitty-gritty in this policy design. And again, let me underline and close with this. that the RRF and the overall financial capabilities that we will have in front of us in the coming years should be leveraged and should be designed, and this is the view and the policy of this government, in the reskilling sphere to both offer generic and wide reskilling programs for the overall population, but also targeted programs in specific targeted population groups.
I was saying, or was trying to say, what's the view from Cyprus? I was actually talking also on how the average Cypriot views this transformation, and what does the government or the private sector do to respond to the need for reskilling?
Well, more or less, we do the same. We have the same approach on the narrow sense of reskilling as Mrs. Diamantopoulou at policy level, and as my friend Kyriakos Perakakis mentioned. But allow me to take also a different stand, that reskilling is not only digital reskilling. We need to touch things like competencies and soft skills, like agility, because you need to be agile, entrepreneurship, critical thinking. And this is not just the job of the Ministry of Education. It's the job of the society, of the family. The appetite to try and experiment, the appetite to challenge the truth, to get into a different level or another level of truth. This has to do with our competitiveness. If we do not revisit the way we skill our people, not just on the digital, if they can Google or if they can use Facebook, but also there is a huge gap today between our youngsters and us, the elderly people, because they are digital native. We don't have to do any reskilling. It's us that we need the reskilling. What we need is to help them be more agile, to be adaptive, because status quo, the way that we have been skilled, trained, our university, our jobs, are very different from future jobs that they will have to cope with. More than 50% of the jobs that our kids will be asked to consider or serve have not been yet invented. And a lot of the jobs that our people are being educated at our universities today have not, will not have a future. So for me, reskilling is something more more challenging than just touching the digital aspect of reskilling. And this is what every government has to do. And because this symposium is about our diaspora and our scientists across the globe, I'm sure we have a lot to learn from them, especially from those that they work in geographies, where the soft skill element, the critical thinking, the collaborative spirit of education has been embedded into their pedagogical and economic fabric. So for me, this is a big challenge, and it's not a challenge of this government or the next government. It's an ongoing challenge. If we want our economies and our societies to be competitive by 2030, we need to be more daring and make interventions at this level. Otherwise, we will just, follow the gap that we already have with the rest of the economies. Thank you.
Mr. Dimas, quickly, your thoughts, and then I'll move to more specific questions to each one of you. Mr. Deputy Minister.
Okay, if there's one word which I would actually underline and bold, this word would be adaptability. And I want to give some quick examples. You can not run a successful company in 2021 in the same way you managed it in 2011. Or in my view, you cannot run a government in the same terms and standards as we did 10 years ago. So it's extremely important to have the capability to adapt. And allow me to give me one more example, which I think is indicative. If you actually see the top 20 companies in terms of financial worth, if you see the 20th century, you will practically see that the companies were largely the same from the beginning till the end of the 20th century. With the so-called digital revolution, these things changed so quickly that most of the companies that are now in the top 20 were perhaps hadn't even been founded until the late 1990s. This is extremely important in order to understand that we live in a world that develops so quickly that we must have the capability to adapt to the needs of the modern world. I definitely agree with Minister Pierakakis that it's an issue for both the government and the private sector. It's also what Kyriakos Kokkinos said. It's an issue that goes beyond institutions, but even within the family and all of us, we must have the ability to adapt to the new needs. And one of the persons, perhaps the first that I have heard of always mentioning how important reskilling and upskilling in the public discourse at a European frame is Ms. Diamantopoulou, who constantly points out how important it is equally important for younger age people to have the capability to reskill themselves and to update their knowledge according to the needs of the modern society.
Thank you very much. Let me move quickly. We only have less than 15 minutes to Mrs. Diamantopoulou. Let me take the round. As a minister in the past for development, research, your experience, because a lot of times the word Silicon Valley comes up. Your experience with that cooperation with Silicon Valley, things that Greece and Cyprus actually, small countries like us, because we usually use Israel as an example for startups, for innovation. So how could Greece and Cyprus, their companies, their governments, work and learn from Silicon Valley based on your experience as a minister in the past?
Thank you. Can you see me? Because I can hear you, but I cannot see anything. Can you see me?
We can see you, yes, and we can hear you.
Okay, never mind. Okay, I can speak without looking at you. Yes, I think I will try to give in a few minutes my experience, because I think it is it was quite important. What we can see in Silicon Valley. No, Greece cannot have a Silicon Valley. You're right. It's a small country. But there are many, many Greeks, and not only scientists, but venture capitalists, angel investors, many Greek companies, and they are all very much willing to help and to support Greece. On the other side, there are very successful examples. So let me just give you a few ideas. First, in Silicon Valley, there are some very successful networks, the French one, the Danish one, the Israeli one, and the most successful of all, the Indian one. So what they do, they are networks. There are, for example, French scientists or Indian scientists. They support and they attract their natives in Silicon Valley. They work with, and then they support economically and legally them to go back to their country. So I think it's very important to organize this kind of networks, and we can have this experience. At that time, I have been in Silicon Valley with Kyriakos Pierakakis, as I told you before, and we have met more than 55 Greeks in all sectors. The second important issue is that there you can find some interesting ideas. For example, we have worked with the plug and play incubator. There are many incubators. They are all of them private. And what they do is that they offer space, legal support, and access to different kinds of financial instruments to young students and to young innovative entrepreneurs. And the third issue was this financing, the new financing engineering. So the way that the venture capitalists are organized, they are for the small companies, for the innovative small startups, for medium size, for very big companies. It is not the banking system which is coming to support the first steps. So it is these, the venture capitalists, and it is the angel investors who really support the very first steps. And there are many Greeks there, many Greeks. I mean, it is surprising how many of them can work in this field and how willing they are to come to Greece. And my last point, the problem to bring back Greeks or to work with the Greeks there or to organize our networks in an effective way, it is not money. It is institutions. So this is the main issue, how we simplify our institutional framework and how we allow people to work without huge difficulties.
Διέλυσε το μικρόφωνο σας.
I was asking Mr. Pierakakis about his policy on dealing with 5G, which is, I said, the future, but then corrected myself. I said it's probably present. How is he dealing with this? Because we're at the point where we take decisions, we set up processes to enter this new world.
Overall, I think that the 5G policy, as your question effectively underlines, and this is why I mentioned it before, is one of the most significant examples on how one can hit many birds with one stone, in a sense, how you can leverage resources both on the research ecosystem, develop research ecosystems, and create innovative spin-offs. I think that overall here, there is a narrative about capacity building in all this discussion, specifically on how one can learn from Silicon Valley, as Anna Diamantopoulou mentioned before. There are certain lessons to be taken from other places, and there are other lessons that one needs to develop domestically. Overall, I think that in our digital agenda, just to point this out, we had a very eclectic approach. We viewed that there are certain things we can learn, and there are certain things which are not emulatable. Reforms are a little bit like transplants. You need to have donor-receiver compatibility. So on certain projects, Kyriakos Kokinos knows this very well because we have been collaborating very closely between us in certain projects. But on certain things, for instance, we tried to learn from Estonia on their identity ecosystem policy. We tried to learn from the United Kingdom on our government digital portal. We tried to learn from Israel on the renovation ecosystem and all the work that Christos Dimas is doing. But also on how one can leverage the army service in order to develop specific skills. And this is something that we're focusing on together with Nikos Panagotopoulos, as the Prime Minister has mentioned in Greece last September, vis-a-vis how the mandatory army service can change and we can potentially inject digital skills within it. And on other topics, like the 5G policy that you mentioned, we were the ones to innovate. And in a sense, capacity comes domestically, it comes from experts, comes from people who are really aware of the needs of a specific policy question and an ecosystem, but also requires leveraging resources and monetizing and setting up specific KPIs. So on 5G, and I shall conclude with this, EY made a very significant research contribution to our ministry, and pointed out that the potential economic gain from 5G technologies in Greece and the vertical sectors that will change up to 2030 is 12.4 billion euros gross value added, and 69,000 jobs can potentially be created if we follow the policy which we have designed and we have started following. Thus, it's a significant potential that we seek to unleash, and we're quite confident that this will happen.
Thank you very much. Let me ask Mr. Kokinos, in your speech, you mentioned that you put it, the role of Cyprus as a regional sciences and technology hub. How can Greeks and Cypriots scientists, be part of it and take advantage of it, contribute to that?
I find the Greek ecosystem an integral part of our ecosystem, and certainly we should work together to establish our geographies as strong, trusted, robust ecosystems for attracting science and technology companies. This is on a mutual win-win basis, simply because the cross-fertilization and the collaboration and the enhancement on our knowledge boundaries will become very, very competitive. Now, there are 3 or 4 main pillars that we need to address if we want to achieve that. Some of them have been already mentioned. For example, the institutional environment. If you are not a business-friendly country and you have a lot of regulatory restrictions, or your legal framework, or your fiscal policy, or the immigration policy from third country scientists to come to Greece or Cyprus are not competitive and attractive, then it's like discouraging them. So the institutional environment and the institutional framework is the most important aspect that I'm personally working on at my ministry today. The second aspect is the human capital. The upskilling and the reskilling has been already mentioned, but there is something more than that. Is how do you modernize your university curriculum? In Cyprus, we have 3 public universities and 6 private universities. But their output, compared to what the market requires, is 3 to 5, sometimes more years, what the market needs, especially on data scientists. And now that I mentioned data scientists, all disciplines, humanities, chartered accountants, legal, they need to understand the value of data. And this has to start from our university. So human capital and attracting and retaining talent, or mobilizing scientists and talent across the globe for collaboration, is extremely important. The infrastructure, yes, is very important, and Greece is doing a great job from what I know for a fact. And then is the business and market sophistication. Our market sophistication needs to be improved. Our banking systems, our market entry, fast and simple setups, our collaborations, our business practices, our business constructs, all these are extremely important aspects. So 4 points if we want to become, and you cannot declare yourself as I am a regional hub. It's something to be won through your work and be trusted. It's not a title that you will be given. It's a title that it will be earned. So institutional environment, human capital, infrastructure, and market and business sophistication. These are the 4 pillars of that.
Thank you very much. Actually, I wanted to point out, and I see that some of the people who are watching are saying that, and I agree totally that upskilling during the military service, the thing that I think Mr. Pierakakis pointed out, it's a very interesting point, because unfortunately, especially in Greece, the military service in most of our minds is lost time. So in this case, it could work not only in a positive way for the people themselves, but for the economy or the country. Let me pose, we only have like a couple of minutes, the last question to Mr. Dimas on which sectors do you feel Greece should, which ones should emphasize, work on as far as innovation and research? Because I assume we all want to be everywhere, but we can't. So there's a finite time and resources available. So where should a country like Greece emphasize?
Allow me to say that, first of all, our goal is not to try to compete with Silicon Valley or even Israel, but our goal is to play a leading role in research and innovation in Southeastern Europe and the Balkans. So Greece must be capable of taking advantage of its extremely good human capital, but also start attracting. Can you hear me? Hello?
We can hear you, yes.
Can you hear me? Okay, but we should be capable of
We only have a minute.
attracting. Okay, we should be capable of attracting talent from neighboring countries. Now, regarding sectors, we should emphasize much more in sectors that deal with the climate crisis. Don't forget that the EU funds through Horizon Europe to a great extent a lot of projects that deal with the climate crisis, whether that has to do with environment or energy. Then we should definitely give a special focus to life sciences, where we have the scientists available within the country, but even outside the country also. A sector where I really believe we should also invest more has to do with linking more effectively research and innovation with agriculture, and take into account that in certain products the productivity rates, due to the knowledge and expertise they have in the Netherlands, in Israel, is even 10 times more effective than in Greece. But of course, shipping and tourism, which are extremely important for the economy. But these are sectors where Greece could actually have a competitive advantage at a global scale. This doesn't mean that there aren't important opportunities in other sectors, such as logistics, for example, or culture and issues like that. So.
I'd like to thank you because we have to move. We're very strict, I'm told, with the time slots, so it's it's 1:30, so we're moving on to the next panel. I thank you for a very informative, and actually we don't, or at least myself, I don't usually say that, but it was informative with specific ideas and proposals and descriptions. And a very informative and interesting discussion. I thank Mrs. Diamantopoulou, I thank Mr. Kiarakakis, Mr. Kokinos, and Mr. Dimas. I thank the organizers, and we're moving. I encourage all the viewers, and there are quite a few from what I see, to continue watching the next session. Let me take the opportunity to send my regards to Mr. Kremizis, who is in the next section, but he's a very close friend of mine, or a good friend of mine from Washington. Again, thank you very much, and have a nice day.
Thank you.
So, hello all. Welcome to our next session. Our next session has the title of How do the scientists in the emerging technologies in the most interdisciplinary mode have to adjust to the new advancements within an ethical framework? What issues have to be considered in this respect? We have our esteemed speakers, and now I'll give the lead to Dr. Aris Perpeloglou, who is going to introduce the speakers.
Thank you very much. It's a great pleasure to be hosting this session here today. Amongst a great company, I will just introduce the speakers very briefly, and then I would like to moderate a discussion after a 5-minute presentation from everybody. We are supposed to have a proper host other than me. I'm a moderator, but it seems that there is some sort of an issue with the connection. I would like to start with Professor Joseph Sifakis. Professor Sifakis is a Alan Turing Laureate Award, and I would like to start with his presentation right away. Professor Sifakis, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I will use my 5 minutes to discuss some challenges, ethical, social, and legal, posed by emerging ICT technologies. And to start, I will say that we are living, of course, a revolution, and this has a deep impact on our lives. There are opportunities and risks. And more recently, the extensive use of AI in critical autonomous systems, such as autonomous cars, smart grids, smart medical robots, raises important ethical issues that I would like to explain. So far, technical civilization has been propelled by the development of scientific knowledge that allows predictability and explainability. We trust the artifacts we build, such as bridges, aircraft, vaccines, because they are based on scientific methods. We can guarantee through modeling and prediction their trustworthiness. Now, the problem with AI techniques is that we rely on a new computational paradigm that outperforms conventional computing in the solution of some problems. And nonetheless, they produce a new kind of knowledge that allows some kind of prediction, but without explanation. And this is the issue I would like to discuss. Let me say a few words about how in modern societies we manage risks. So for critical services and artifacts, there are independent institutions that guarantee their trustworthiness. For instance, for artifacts like toasters, vaccines, bridges, aircrafts, there are standards that are applied by agencies and that guarantee their security. If you buy a toaster, you are sure that if you use it properly, it will not kill you, or we know that the probability of failure of an aircraft is 10 to the minus 9 single failures per hour. So everything is very clear. However, for AI techniques and the large computerized systems, there are no standards, there are no rules, and hence we have the dilemma. Either we require conclusive trustworthiness evidence, or we limit technological progress, and this is an issue. Now we are at a turning point because in the US, some state and federal agencies allow what we call self-certification for critical automotive and medical systems. And I would like to explain that there are two approaches for dealing with risk from innovation and the risk in general. Either you apply what we call a precautionary principle, and this means that if there are some threats to humans and to the environment and there is lack of scientific certainty that this will not appear, then just forbid this. So we don't, some countries do not want to have nuclear weapons or forbid potentially hazardous pesticides, or although of course they can be very helpful for productivity. And the other approach is to find trade-offs between risk and benefit by applying macroeconomic or microeconomic techniques. Okay, so the question is, these two approaches are very different, and which we take, this is an important question. Now, regarding ethical issues, I would like to say that ethics is about making decisions, so between choices. So first of all, you should be aware that there are choices, and I fear that for ICT-driven technologies, people are not even aware that there are choices because they consider that they are a goal in themselves. And also public authorities are very permissive. They leave the game open, or they are indifferent to misuse of ICT. So first of all, public should be aware that there are choices, and once they are aware that there are choices, they should also be informed to judge rightfully. And concerning ICT technology, I think that there are two conflicting positions. Some people say that AI, for instance, is a fatal threat to humanity. You have people like Elon Musk or Bill Gates that say this, and others push to the acceptance and adoption of new technologies. And I think these two extreme positions do not provide the conditions for a calm, informed, and reasoned debate. Now, to close, I would like to discuss three important ethical issues. One is freedom of expression versus safety and security. How to preserve fundamental freedoms while protecting against harmful behavior. That's very important to prevent abusive use of ICT, so to avoid big brother society. You probably know that in some countries now they use this social credit system or reputation systems that are point systems that give points, evaluate your behavior, and these are based on AI. The other issue is freedom of choice versus performance. So in some cases, of course, AI systems allow performance, but the question is whether they decide based in an unbiased or in a neutral manner about people. So the rule, in my opinion, should be that the performance benefit should be commensurate with the risk implied by the lack of human control. And I will finish with a third ethical issue that is very important, is to find the right balance between mind, between human and computer, a right division of work. It's clear that innovation, technical progress implies some loss of skills. Primitive people have been using machinery to multiply their muscular strength. So naturally, humans lost some of their capabilities, physical capabilities, but losing muscular strength is not as dramatic as losing our ability to develop knowledge and judge responsibly. And this is in the essence of human nature. So I think that if there is a risk from AI and ICT technology, it's not that computers become more intelligent than people. By no means. This will never happen. And it's obvious to me. But the risk is that people inclined to intellectual laziness and comfort let computers decide on behalf of them and make decisions they don't understand. And this is, of course, a scenario that can be too bad for humanity. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Professor. I have that was a very stimulating introduction. Before we move on, you already mentioned some recommendation systems and some social reward systems. And I wanted to connect that with the current COVID era, where we see that lots of people in several countries, we are under some sort of a lockdown, and several countries have some sort of a track and trace system, electronic registries. How do the systems help us with COVID, and what might be the problems facing the systems? Are we losing some of our freedom just in order to protect us and contain this pandemic? Or did the systems actually gave us rewards in what they promised? Can I have a first thought of that, please?
Yes, so in some countries they have used systems for various kinds of systems. I know the Chinese case that has been very successful. So in China, you have to provide your monitor. You have an application on your mobile phone, and of course you are monitored and you are reporting every day on condition, etc., of a violation of privacy or protection of privacy. But I'm told also about reputation systems, and reputation system is something different because reputation systems are AI systems that evaluate your behavior in general. So it's not for COVID, it's in general. And in China, they are trying to use reputation systems, but some companies also develop reputation systems just to evaluate the behavior. So, and this system, the question is, they make decisions. Do they make decisions in an unbiased manner? We don't know. So if we don't understand how they decide problem, at least if we stay with the scientific approach, the model approach.
Thank you. I think I had some issues there with the sound. I don't know whether it was just on my end or in general, but thank you. Thank you for this first comment. Let me move on with the second presentation, and we'll be back to all of these interesting ideas. Professor Stamatis Krimegis, if you would like to go ahead with the presentation, please.
Thank you very much. I do want to show a slide and screen share, and I hope it shows up. Offhand, entire screen, applications window. I was told, I tried it once before and it seemed to work, but right now it doesn't seem to. I had sent my file, by the way, and you can actually show it if there is a person who can do that before I start talking.
So I can guide you through.
Is it possible to show the slide that I sent you?
Right now, I don't think we have it. So while they're searching, I can guide you through to upload the presentation. So we can go again to the present to audience. It's next to the turn audio. It's next to the microphone.
You mean the video?
There's a video and the microphone, and next to it is the present to audience. So you can press that.
I did, and somehow the application window doesn't show up. I mean, I can't.
Let's try it again. So let's try it again. Press the button present to audience, and then screen share. Can you see the button screen share?
It doesn't give me that choice.
Next to the microphone and the camera.
No, I do. I know it's the arrow, and I push it, and it shows me share your screen, and and so your entire screen and the application window. When I click it, doesn't seem to. Oh, here it is.
I wanted to share my screen, Professor, so that helps. Let me. So you can see my screen already?
So I'll cancel that, and okay. Now, I have concentrated my remarks on, I guess, you've shown all my points. What I'm saying is that in our field, which is space research and space exploration, the pandemic has had a very limited impact because quickly the whole field has adapted to doing work remotely, and only the minimum staff of people were in the laboratory who were finishing up and testing the spacecraft. So it's possible to use the remote and in situ activities to continue the design and build of spacecraft. The next bullet, if you can show that, the latest example that everybody knows about is NASA's Perseverance lander on Mars. And that essentially got prepared during the pandemic, the last part of it anyway, and it was a successful program, and the institutions adapted to how to do that. The next one, which relates to the picture that I have on the right-hand side, is a program called DART, Double Asteroid Redirection Test, which we're doing at Johns Hopkins. And it will launch later this year. And the intent is to intercept a Didymos, one of the a near-Earth asteroid that will be passing by a few million kilometers from Earth, and then try to impact it with enough energy so as to alter slightly its course. And this is one of the basic principles of space defense these days, that what can we do if there is an asteroid that's coming towards Earth and there is going to be a collision? And this particular program is to demonstrate that you can actually do a lot, namely to change its orbit by only a couple of millimeters per second, and then it will miss. So the next bullet, if I can see that, it talks about all of this work about these programs that I just highlighted has been accomplished on schedule without significant disruption, and that model can be continued in principle. But there are some, next bullet please, there's a downside to it. It inhibits, among other things, the direct transfer of knowledge between mentors and mentee. How do we transfer knowledge to the younger generation of scientists and engineers so that they can take over and continue to do the kind of work that has been at the state of the art for the past 50 years? Well, so the problem is that we're all social animals, and trying to mentor somebody from a distance via platforms and Zoom is really not the same as direct transfer of knowledge between leaders and students, and scientists and students, and engineers and students, because that's the methodology that we have used, obviously to good effect. And now, as we're getting out of the era of, hopefully, of COVID, the question is, are we going to try to continue to work remotely, and is that going to be good or bad? In the methodology, in other words, that we have all known, that has worked and has given results, is probably going to be changed by a lot of remote work. And who knows whether all of this model is actually going to work well. And finally, just on the comment on the overall theme of the discussion about ethical issues vis-a-vis technology, I have to say in our work in the space program, over many, many years, we didn't quite have any ethical issues, because who is against exploration? The only potential ethical issue that could come up will be maybe in the next 10 to 20 years, if, for example, there is discovered biological activity on planet Mars, which undoubtedly is being sought of as we speak, and maybe samples will come back to Earth. And we're going to have to say, well, should we or should we not share that with the world? For me, that's a no-brainer. Of course we should. Of course we must. As we all know, of course, that may be offensive to a number of religion dogmas that circulate in the world today. So with that, I thank you very much for asking me to speak.
Thank you, Professor Krimizis. I have been asked not to ask a question, but I will overrule this. In the interest of time, I will just ask you very briefly so we can move on fast. How do you see, you have been working for NASA doing excellent and very pioneering work. How do you see private companies going into this type of exploration, space exploration, and what kind of dangers might that inhibit for the rest of the people? What do we pass on? What types of rights? And where is an ethical line that we have to safeguard when private companies are going into space exploration?
Well, that's a very good question. And we have already seen that there is some activity in that area. Elon Musk wants to colonize, as he says, Mars. I think personally, from a technical standpoint, that's a foolish thing to say, and it's not going to happen in our lifetime. But nevertheless, I remember a few years ago there was an organization that advertised for people who would be willing to go to Mars with a new program, and there were like 18,000 people that applied for that. And the presumption or the assumption was that we'll take you there, but we will not guarantee that we'll bring you back. And despite that, so many people really decided to do that. And the ethical issue is, should the government allow an entrepreneur to risk that many human lives, even though the people may be willing? And I think that is the issue that we're going to have to watch out for in the next decade.
Thank you very much. Excellent. Let me move on to Professor Konstantinos Daskalakis. I don't know if we have any slides. I don't have any slides to show myself, so I guess Professor Daskalakis, you will just give a presentation.
So can you see my slides now?
Yes, excellent. Thank you.
Okay, great. So thanks very much for asking me to speak and address this interesting conference. So humanity is hopefully getting out of a big shock, and science seems to have delivered a solution to the pandemic. But during the pandemic, we saw a lot of disagreement even within scientists. And I wanted to offer a few remarks regarding another area where there's a lot of activity, and where also, as Professor Zifakis mentioned, there are issues of robustness and trust, and I want to discuss them and offer some thoughts around them. So, as you know, the past decade or so has seen a revolution in the field of machine learning and artificial intelligence. So computers have developed excellent skills in image recognition, voice recognition, and translation. and which are finding slowly applications in life. Computers have been able to beat human players in very difficult games, and the most recent revolution is happening in the next generation. But these breakthroughs, which are admittedly breakthroughs, what do they really mean? Sort of like outside of the headline results that make it to the news, there is an unredacted story. And that unredacted story presents many cases where technology actually is not as robust as we may think. So progress in machine learning has been driven by testing algorithms on benchmark tasks. And it is very common that computers beat human performance in such benchmark tasks, but when you shift to new, different benchmarks, your presumed accuracy drops significantly. So the performance may be robust in a particular data set pertaining to image recognition, but when you move to a similar benchmark task, you may see a huge reduction in performance. So while you might think that your ML, your machine learning models are at human level, they may actually not be at human level. Indeed, when you deploy your technology, you very commonly see it failing, like what we see here on the upper left, where a Tesla car crashes onto a truck that is stopped on the left-hand side of a highway. On the right, the top right, we see a robot failing. And at the bottom, we see targeted attacks against image recognition algorithms, wherein we can change the orientation of images to get a state-of-the-art image recognition software to give a wrong prediction. So like you see here on the bottom left. On the right, I'm showing you a video of a turtle that was 3D printed by some MIT students who painted the shell of the turtle in such a way that state-of-the-art image recognition software recognizes the turtle as a rifle. Of course, you can imagine the safety issues that may arise when such algorithm is used in life-critical safety applications. It has also been documented that algorithms are biased. They incorporate bias that is in their data, and they replicate this bias. And there are many examples of that. An important one raises several ethical considerations was pointed out in this important article in ProPublica several years ago now, who tested an algorithm used by law enforcement, and in particular to decide whether to pre-detain a suspect for some crime. That software has been found very biased against certain subpopulations. Finally, while algorithms have admittedly come to beat human players in very complex games like Go and two-player Texas Hold'em, on the other hand, as you see in the video on the right-hand side, they can actually be exploited by humans. So what you see on the right-hand side is a Waymo car, a self-driving car, that is trying to enter a highway, but it's being antagonized by human drivers, so much so that it abandons the attempt and exits the highway and tries again. which raises the question, how is it that machine learning models beat humans in very complex games that very few of us can play well, but they cannot play other real life games, such as entering a highway, which many of us can play reasonably well. So real AI is not here yet, and there are many reasons for that. There's an important issue of robustness. So algorithms are not robust to biased, incomplete, and shifting data. Data that have dependency structures in them, like data collected in and shifting balls.
It seems
as Professor Soufakis very well said, AI research has focused on prediction, and prediction is not science. Science is understanding. And to understand, you have to understand causal mechanisms that are driving the phenomena that you are studying, and developing the ability to make counterfactual predictions, to make what-if types of predictions. I agree with Professor Soufakis that we have to think about the competition and cooperation between humans and machines, as well as different agents, different machines. And I do not agree with a dichotomy. I agree with Professor Soufakis, and I disagree with a dichotomy that is often presented in news articles between humans and machines. I don't think there is an issue that such a risk that machines are going to come against us, but I think of the future more as a complementarity between humans and machines, without that meaning that we shouldn't pay attention on the several bias, privacy, ethical, and societal impacts of the technology, like any other technology. It's finally, and I will close with that, it's very important, since there is an ongoing revolution, it's very important that we all have access to the technical advances, the data, and the computational power that is necessary to make progress on this technical front, and to participate in the ongoing revolution with the obvious applications in markets, society, and the public sector, and many other applications. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Daskalakis. Very briefly, one short question. I enjoyed all of the issues that you touched upon. I wanted to talk a little bit about AI bias. Only last year we have seen in the United Kingdom GCSE exams were scaled up or scaled down by an AI algorithm, and that really revealed and uncovered the bias that we have in social economic preferences within the UK. So there was a lot of uproar from students that their marks were scaled down depending on whether they were coming from poorer schools, and privileged students, their marks have been scaled up. So when that situation arises, an AI algorithm really reveals a bias, a human bias. What shall we do next? Do we have to learn from that, or do we have to teach the AI algorithm to identify the bias and move beyond it?
Yeah, and this is a very important issue, and it raises another important issue, and that has to do with the fact that so there are two issues with AI bias. So one is a bias that is in the data, and so maybe your data is complete, but the data is biased because society is biased, and because society prevents certain observations that could have been realized from being realized. There's another issue with AI bias, and that has to do with incorrect data collection campaigns, which actually fail to collect all relevant data. As you know very well, in life sciences, we are very careful with our experiments. We do randomized controlled trials, and we are very careful about collecting representative data. That doesn't mean that we always succeed, but we make a lot of effort there. Unfortunately, the way the AI field has progressed, as I was saying earlier, it's all around benchmarks. We collect data from wherever we can find data, from the internet, from from wherever we can get our hands on data, and we use that data to develop algorithms. That is very, very problematic, especially in view of the fact that the field commonly seeks for targets making predictions and not making causal discoveries in the data. So all of this together is hugely important. And if that type of bias cannot be avoided, to answer your question directly, we certainly need to engage scientists who are experts in that type of bias, and those experts could be coming from the domain expertise to at least know where bias will be to try to avoid it.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Let us move on then to Professor Emmanuel Goffi. I'm not sure, do we have sound? I do not get any sound from Dr. Goffi myself. Can you please? Okay, I think we have lost for a while Dr. Goffi. Let us move on then with the discussion, and once Dr. Goffi is able to join us again, we will give him his time to give the presentation. So thank you very much for everybody for your initial thoughts. I wanted also to ask you a little bit. We talked a lot about AI systems, and of course these are on the forefront of new discoveries, but I would also like to bring forward other new technologies such as genetics, nanotechnology, and neuroscience, which are emerging as we speak, and they don't have such an impact at the public thought yet, but we are expecting to have a lot of impact into the future. And then we also have problems of democratization. We know that access to genetic medicine and genetic drugs is very restricted, and it's probably going to be restricted for the next few years. I would also like you to comment a little bit on these new technologies, and maybe have some of your thoughts on how can we reveal the secrets of these new developments to the public in order of not just creating a new sense of magic and not creating a new dogmatized people that just they are not able to understand the science, so they are open themselves up to misinformation and dogma. So let's start by you, Professor Tsifakis, if you are here. I think I'm going to ask a first comment by Professor Krimizis. If you
I am muted myself. Well, that's a question which, for me at least, is above my pay grade. As you know, what I do is build instruments and spacecraft that go and encounter other planets and make in situ measurements and so on. So in my field, artificial intelligence means that we can build a more robust instrument and a more robust spacecraft that we need the minimum amount of interaction from the ground to do its job. And a lot of things are moving in that direction. To give you an example, I have an instrument on the Voyager 1 and 2 spacecraft, which was designed in the mid-70s, and that spacecraft is still working, and it's out in the galaxy. And the memory on the spacecraft is about 60K, believe it or not. But despite that, we're able to communicate, and it needs a lot of intervention from the ground. The more current spacecraft that we design and build in the space program have lots of computing capability, and what we find is that it's exceptionally difficult to test all the modes in which the system can operate. And that's where artificial intelligence is absolutely essential to the extent that it can really make a very autonomous system. And we don't have that. So no ethical issues, but we have usage issues, which we like to take advantage of. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dr. Goffey, are you able to hear us and give us your thoughts?
He's muted.
Yes, I will have to apologize again, Dr. Goffey. Can you hear us? Let me. I will apologize to Dr. Goffey. There seems to be a problem with the connection, so I would like to go on with the discussion. Professor Joseph Sifakis, you talked a lot about self-certification and the risk that might impose. Can you guide us a little bit through, if we are talking about biosciences and if we're talking about discoveries of new drugs, AI and softwares as a medical device are things that the FDA is considering. And they published a white paper last year where there was a discussion on how a software can be a medical device. Could you give us some thoughts on the danger that might entail for the public?
Yes, thank you. This is a very good question. In fact, as I explained, when some processes, some artifacts can be critical in their use, we apply standards and apply independent authorities like FAA, for instance, for the United States for aircraft, or FDA. FDA has abandoned the idea to apply strict standards to medical devices and to anything medical, and they allow self-certification. Self-certification means that the manufacturer of the artifact, can be a vaccine, it can be a device, will guarantee that it's not dangerous. And this is against the standard practice for critical systems for the moment. We will see how the situation will evolve, but they want to leave the game open, not only FDA, but also FAA, okay, and other agencies in the United States. This is not the case, of course, in Europe, where they apply the precautionary principle, as I explained.
What is your position, Professor Paskalakis? You also talked about AI failures and AI mistakes. So if we allow a software to make a diagnosis, would there be problems? How often can we expect these problems? And thinking about in the past where we promised some new discoveries, we had the Watch on Oncology, and in some cases, other machines that fail to promise what they deliver. How does that work with the public trust?
It's a very complex issue, and it ultimately boils down to the fact that these algorithms are statistical algorithms, so they are trained on some data set, and you can certainly certify that their accuracy is good with respect to the population from which the data that are trained on is coming from. The issue is that whether or not you can trust that the dataset that your algorithm was trained on is a representative dataset for the conditions that your system will encounter in the future. Just to compare with what we do in what you do in the life sciences. So when you want to test a drug, you want to do a randomized control trial on some population of humans. So you pay a lot of attention on collecting a representative sample for the target population. And if you convince authorities that you did a good job in collecting a representative sample from the population of interest, then you can test your efficacy on that sample and claim using statistical methodology that the same type of accuracy will extend to the full population. Of course, there can be mistakes. Maybe you may, maybe even your data collection experiment failed to account for certain variables that are important, and in that case, also the drug's accuracy will not, be consistent when you deploy it. So AI technology has the similar issues, except because these algorithms are so complex, so you have two issues. So one issue is that it's very hard to find a representative sample. At the same time, your algorithm is so complex that from a mathematical standpoint, it's very hard to understand it, except from saying that it does really well on the data set you got. So if the data set fails to be representative, all bets are off. This is the heart of the problem. So, so it's a combination of, a combination of the fact that the algorithms are very complex, and that finding representative data sets is really hard.
Thank you. I can see Dr. Goffey again. Would you like to give us your thoughts? Maybe if you try and stop your video, we might be able to hear you for a while. Unfortunately, I did not get any sound. Okay, let me go back to a general question for everyone in this panel. So in this new era, how do we see ourselves as scientists from a common background, an ethnic identity, following the same philosophical issues that we might have learned from our earlier life back in Greece? Is there any need of a new Greek paradigm? Can we steer a scientific community by aligning into a new society? What are your views on that? I would like to start from Professor Sifakis, please.
Yes, that's a very good question. I think that we need a deep reform of organization of reform of research in Greece. And if we want to talk about a Greek paradigm, the question is how we make the connection between Greek diaspora and scientists in Greece. That's a very important question, and I think that we should work toward creating some synergy there. Of course, there are many obstacles, and when I was the chairman of the National Board for Research and Technology, I had made proposals that we have a specific status of visiting professors for Greek scientists of the diaspora, and it did not work. I think everybody was against this idea. And I think we should open Greek universities and Greek research organizations to the diaspora. That's very important. And being inspired, of course, by examples of obvious examples of other countries, Israel is a very interesting example, of course. But what I'm saying is trivial, and I think we should have worked in that directions now since many years. This did not happen, unfortunately.
Maybe Professor Krimizis, can you give us your thoughts? You are muted, if you can unmute yourself.
I had similar experiences with Professor Sifakis. He was my successor on a set. You know, there is this very interesting statistical study that shows that 3% of the most cited scientists worldwide are Greeks or of Greek origin, even though our percentage of the world population is like, I think, 0.2%. So we are overrepresented in scholarship and discoveries and publications, except when you start looking at the fine print, you find out that 85% of those 3% highly cited scientists are abroad, outside Greece, not in Greece. And many of the remaining 15% who are in Greece came from abroad back to Greece. So we have a huge problem with our educational system. And whether we can talk about the Greek paradigm, I'm not sure, because we Greek scientists seem to thrive outside of Greece. How are we, which means that we participate in systems that are superior to those in Greece. So I'm very pessimistic that we'll never develop a Greek paradigm.
Can I have your views, Professor Daskalakis?
Yeah, so first, general comment. I think that relating to Greek history and I think we are in need for a different paradigm here, because as AI is moving on to influence other disciplines, we definitely need a more holistic perspective. So I think we should all have several viewpoints to be influential in research. Regarding educational system in Greece, I'm very sorry to hear about the experiences of Professor Krimizis and Sifakis. I do agree that we have excellent scientists abroad, and Greece should certainly exploit that huge human capital to influence education in Greece. I would like to stay optimistic, but I think in the end of the day, it's a matter of political will. And I hope that maybe if not this generation, future generations will change that.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. I can see, Paula, do we have one more minute? I think we are now at the end of our session. Cannot get any sound from you, Paula, I'm afraid. Sorry, I cannot get any sound from Paula. It has been a shame that we Yeah. So I would like to thank all of our speakers very much. There have been a few technical difficulties. It has been a shame that we were not able to listen to Dr. Goffey's presentation and his views. Thank you very much again for your interesting presentations and the nice discussion. I think I would like to close the session. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we are back, moving to our last panel, where we are going to find out how the discoveries will disrupt the industry and especially the biopharma revolution. So, what is the role of the industry in preserving society's well-being? Dr. Panteli Theoharous, with whom we come from the same city in Cyprus, moderator. Dr. Theoharous is the Global Vice President and leads the Cell and Gene Therapy Strategy at PPD. On the panel, we have esteemed guests, professors, researchers. Panteli, I'm glad to see you here as well, hopefully, and the stage is yours.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to this panel. Excited to be here. So, first of all, I'd really like to just thank and acknowledge the organisers of the symposium today for inviting me to moderate this exciting session. We really appreciate your time and attention today. Distinguished panel. Let me just quickly introduce the panel members. Our session today will be debate, will be interactive, and will be focused on the big issues around how new discoveries disrupt the industry, with a really sort of focus on the biopharma revolution. What's the role of the industry in preserving society's well-being? So very topical with regards to what we've been facing global scale over the last 12 months. My distinguished panel is composed of the following members. Professor Spiros Artavanis-Tsagonas is Professor Emeritus at the Cell Biology Department at Harvard Medical School. Dr. George Yankopoulos. George is President and Chief Scientific Officer at Regeneron. Professor Elliot Sorel, who's the Clinical Professor of Global Health Policy at the George Washington University, also an expert on the WHO, WBG, and the OECD. And Mr. Theodoros Trifon, Vice President of ELPEN and co-CEO of the ELPEN Group, President of the Pan-Hellenic Union of Pharmaceutical Industries. So again, an illustrious group of individuals, and I'm certainly looking forward to the debate today. We don't have any formal presentations. This is going to be a debate of topical issues, and certainly looking forward to that. So let's jump straight into the discussion. We've been faced with almost a crisis on a global scale over the last 12 months, and I think the world had to become agile, had to focus on innovation. A number of key external stakeholders from the ecosystem having to come together and look at innovation, look at how we can leverage our scientific and our drug development areas of focus. What have we learned? What were some of those key learnings and those key experiences? I'd like to focus on that, but I'd also like to really bear in mind the future state. How do we apply all these learnings to the future? But maybe let's kind of reflect on the past a little bit and maybe the present in terms of innovation and scientific areas of focus. Let's jump into the discussion. Spiros, maybe you can share some of your initial thoughts around some of those areas. Where have we found ourselves? How did we need to be agile and pivot? What are the learnings? And how do we continue to apply? But let's open up the debate. Spiros, please.
Yes, thank you very much. Thanks for inviting me in this discussion. Not quite debate. I'm not so sure that it will be a debate, but it will be at least a discussion. I think that one of the most important lessons, in my view, is that research and good research is not anymore a luxury, but a necessity. It's not something that is doing research of high quality is something that is essential if we are to apply these knowledge and to the benefit of society and medicine. The miracle, if let's call it like that, of the COVID vaccine has been rests upon 2-3 decades of very basic work. And so I think that what in my view needs to be followed is to support research and high quality research such that we can actually help medicine and help society. Transforming drugs, as I'm sure that George will confirm, need to rest on the kind of research that will allow you to discover new biology, and then use your brain and your inventiveness to apply it in a good way. So my big lesson from this is, and my big call is, please support research.
Absolutely. Thank you, Spiros. George, I think to the point that Spiros had made around that scientific innovation, how to harness it, how to nurture it. And you've been in this area of drug development for very many years and key accomplishments. Thoughts from your side, please.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more with Spiros. Now, I have to say that I also hope that we will have learned as a society very important lessons during this pandemic, how we're so dependent on science and innovation for our very survival. This is a lesson that should already have been so clear to us, but I'm afraid that it'll be a short-term memory, and a lot of people will actually forget it. And this is something that we will have to continue to try to do a much better job of communicating and explaining to all of society that literally the future of humanity, the very survival of humanity, depends on our ability to innovate and do the science that's going to come up with solutions for all of our problems, whether it's a pandemic, the more ongoing problem of disease burden in society, which we're increasingly not going to be able to deal with, or things like climate change. It's all going to depend on science and innovation. I think the other lesson, I think many people have misunderstood how, whether it be the vaccines that you mentioned or the antibody cures that companies like Regeneron have developed, they think that somehow we pivoted on a dime and we all of a sudden innovated out of nowhere to come up with vaccines or antibody cures almost overnight. And we've learned something that why don't we just do this in the future whenever there's a challenge? Once again, that's a failure of science and scientists to communicate, and we have to do a much better job of educating society. As Spiro said, the real science and innovation that led to our ability so very quickly to develop vaccines or antibody cures was dependent on decades of investment in basic science and in technology innovation, which frankly, we didn't even understand what the applications. I don't think anybody ever dreamed that the applications were going to be to deal so rapidly with a pandemic like COVID-19. It's just that the basic science and the innovation was done, and it was done decades ago, and we were in this position to now use it to take advantage of it. This is something that people don't understand. Innovation in our field does not happen overnight. Cures, development of the technologies to make either vaccines or these antibody cures, literally dependent on decades of both basic science starting from academia and technology innovation that continued at biopharma companies. And these are things so important for society to understand. There's nothing more important for our survival as a species to appreciate the value of science and innovation, but also to understand that to be prepared, we have to have done the decades worth of work to put us in a position to respond. I really hope somehow we can do a better job to communicate this, because policymakers, government, so forth, they don't understand these things. And increasingly, I think that, we're seeing, the systems, both in academia and the investments and the incentives that are necessary for a capitalist economy to drive investment in the private sector. We're seeing these under attack. And we should have been slapped in the face with this incredible lesson due to this pandemic and what's helping get us out of it and survive it. And I think we have to continue to do a much better job to explain that it all depends in the investment in the basic sciences sector and in the private sector, and to be able to drive the incentives to even do this at higher levels than we've been doing.
I think you're right, George, and, thank you for that context. I remember when I was just a young boy and I was scientifically very curious. I wanted to, be able to plan and conduct, that big experiment with big ideas. And you're absolutely right. Theodoros also shared with us some really fascinating, data around vaccine development around COVID-19 and how timelines were compressed. But you're absolutely right. It's been based on decades worth of scientific innovation and then the coming together in a very collaborative and collective manner. But Elliot, let me turn it to you as well. I know that you've got some really interesting viewpoints. I read some of your publications as well, viewpoints from you, and then certainly want to hear from Theodoro as well in terms of some of the practicalities around that collaboration and coming together. Elliot, please.
Thank you, Panteli. And thank you, Spiros and George. I totally agree with my colleagues. I'll just only want to add a few things. First, I'd like to posit that science, first of all, is essential to health and well-being. Second, science is essential for sustainable economic development and well-being. So right off the bat, I think we need to be developing a better communication with policymakers as to the value of science, both for health and well-being, as well as for sustainable economic development. That translation we have not done a good job at. So that is a challenge for us, to develop a language that communicates clearly to the policymakers and to the public the essential nature of the benefits of science for health, well-being, sustainable economic development. Second, I think us, with the point made by Spiros and George, to sustain innovative science, we need to allocate and invest early on in education to stimulate curiosity, to stimulate entrepreneurship, and to stimulate innovation. All three: curiosity, innovation, entrepreneurship. That needs to be an integral part of the educational system that starts very early in life, not at the university level. It's late. I mean, of course you need to do it at university level, but you need to start very early. I would say even from pre-K. Thirdly, I would say that the issues that affect all of us, and that very well demonstrated by and catalyzed by this pandemic, is the extraordinary leap. Let's say to develop the hepatitis B vaccine, it took 16 years, right? For the measles, it took about 10 years. For the COVID-19, it took about less than a year. That's an extraordinary leap. But as George and Spiros underlined, this didn't happen in less than a year. People should not misunderstand that somehow in less than a year this was developed. No, it took many years of investigation, of trying and trying again, of innovating. And we're very grateful to the colleagues from University of Pennsylvania, Katalin Maricu and Dave Weisberg, that developed the mRNA methodology. So in sum, I would say that we have a very hopeful sign here of what science can deliver, but we need to kind of be cautioned that this does not happen on a short-term basis and requires a sustainable involvement in investment and a collaboration between the public and private sector. And ultimately, I think the job we need to do, need to enhance our better communication to communicate to the public and policymakers about the need to continue a robust investment in science and a collaboration between the public, private, and the philanthropic sectors. Thank you.
Thank you. Absolutely. I see just a couple of questions coming through on the chat with regards to some of the areas of focus and debate here. Elliot, to your point around communication, sharing of information, being articulate in that particular regard, are we doing a good job with regards to broadening that scope and ensuring that there is a good understanding of benefit risk, for example? What are your thoughts? Spiros, I see you reacting as well. What are your thoughts?
I think we're not doing a very good job. I think this is a major challenge to science. I think we are very good at science. We have not been very good at translating and communicating that to decision makers. That is a tall order that needs to be put on a very fast track, and I would say on a par to scientific discovery.
Yeah. Spiros, please, I know that you had some commentary as well. You're just on mute.
All right, here we go.
Thank you.
I didn't do anything. It happened by itself. So I agree. I mean, I think that we're not doing a very good job. But I think that we're getting informed now on the basis of a crisis. So we have a crisis and we're being informed. You open the newspapers in Greece or anywhere else actually, and there are more experts than viruses, to be honest. We're getting misinformation and information. And I think one of the things which is clear to people who have never thought about biology before is that there is good biology and there is bad biology. There's good science and there is bad science. This is why I was saying that we should invest in quality science. The other thing which is important to mention is that the authorities, all right, the governments, whatever that form takes, they have a very short both memory and patience. As George very, very, very astutely said, discoveries to be implemented take a long time, take a very long time. And this is something which is this is not very well understood. And having a very short patience means this is a recipe for disaster, really, rather than success.
Yeah.
And one thing that Elliot said, which is so true about communicating this to policymakers and them not understanding. Let me just give a small example of what I see. What I see is that policymakers, because they're not inherently scientists and because we haven't communicated the process well enough, and the fact that innovation, especially in biopharma space, but also I think true innovation in general, often takes decades. Their solutions are much more what they see in front of them. They can understand
exactly right
about applying today's solutions for tomorrow's problems. They can't imagine the unimaginable. They can't imagine we need a whole new vision. They would never have imagined 10 years ago to support mRNA technology, okay, because it had no value at the time. And right. I see this right now. As you guys may know, we not only developed an Ebola treatment, but a COVID-19 treatment, but an Ebola treatment. The government comes to us, and they're very interested in stockpiling these things and supporting it, maybe to the tunes of let's make stockpiles for billions of dollars. They don't understand. I'm not saying that doing things, applying today's solutions for the possibility of being prepared for tomorrow, that we shouldn't consider that. But they don't understand that it's much more important to take billions, frankly, 10% of that, and be investing in what really could change the future. Maybe there's some technology we're not imagining today, so we don't need stockpiles, 5 or 10 years from now. But they don't think that way, and because they're not scientists. And we, like Elliot said, somehow we have to do a better job of communicating. Another thing that Elliot said, and I noticed that one of the comments spoke to this about the fact that I couldn't agree more, that it starts at an early age, that we have to be doing a much better job. I do think that curiosity is a natural human phenomenon. Part of the problem is we're probably killing it, but we're also probably not finding the truly unusual and exceptional young kids and nurturing them. I'm sorry, society has to understand not everybody is an Albert Einstein. Okay, we have to find the Albert Einsteins wherever they might be at a young age, and we have to make sure that we don't kill, their abilities and their talents, and we have to do a much better job of nurturing them and developing them, because they're part of the solution as well. And I think that even 30, 40, 50 years ago when I was growing up, I think we were doing a much better job of society of recognizing very young talent and doing the best that we can do to nurture them. And I think that we have to recognize that not everybody will have that ability, but the rare people that do, as a society, we need them. We need to find them. We need to, wherever they might be, and we need to nurture that to really get the most out of everybody who has that ability.
Agreed. And I think it goes back to the point that we were discussing earlier around, only being able to, really motivate and not stifle that scientific curiosity. I agree. We need to implement processes and programs to ensure that we're guiding in the right way, we're connecting in the right way from a scientific perspective, and we're nurturing that degree of talent, because we will be faced with, continued challenges and crises. And we need to be ready. We need to be able to translate from these lessons and experiences, and we have to be practical. But in that particular regard, Theodoro, let me turn it over to you. Viewpoint from your perspective as well, just with some of the practicalities in mind. But would certainly love to hear your thoughts.
Well, good afternoon or good morning to all of you. It's a great honor being in this really esteemed panel. Well, of course, what was mentioned here is what are some very, very specific problems of economies and countries like Greece. Because sometimes in order to survive, especially in a weak economy, you focus, and especially politicians and resources are focused on the short term. Research and innovations link more medium to long term. And this explains also the very big gap that we have between publications of scientists and patents and actually all these results that can be able to go into business or commercialized. Anyway, I think that I see, because I am 30 years in the industry, and it is the first time that we see that a specific discussion, especially after COVID, has started in Europe, and we are part of this discussion as a Greek industry in terms of our membership in Medicines for Europe, in Europe and consequently in Greece for the next day. We have definitely, some political will more than before to prioritize R&D, innovation and production in Europe and in Greece. And also there is a number of funds, much more than before, that are channeled in this direction. So these are the two positive things, and especially for a country like Greece that it comes out of a recession after 10 years with more than 25 or 30% youth unemployment, with all these problems of bureaucracy and universities, this is an opportunity that we have to focus and find some more short-term solutions than other countries. In Greece also, another parameter that is interesting, and we always note it, is that we have a high level of scientists. Also, we have a very high level of scientists in diaspora abroad, which is very, very important. Of course, we have not found the exact way and strategy and been more effective how to be able to bond these two groups. And of course, the blame lies here in Athens or in Greece more than the community of diaspora. Now, digitalization makes collaborations more easy in research as well, and innovation. And also now Greece has a production and R&D base that is better than 10 years ago, even though we went through a crisis. As I said at the moment, it is a prioritization for the Greek companies. There are not very many, but there is there. And we start to see an increased ecosystem and really a number of opportunities in digital health, technology, life and other sciences. And, I believe that this is something that we have to see how we will channel into our research. Research is something long time, innovation, and also how we will be able to bridge the gap between industry and academia.
Theodora, thank you for those comments. And, and again, I see a number of, comments in the chat with regards to, how we continue to nurture and give our young scientists the opportunities, and the sort of the chance to continue to thrive in some ways in that regard based upon experience and studies. And you sort of mentioned the framework there. Maybe just a little bit more, if you can maybe elaborate a little bit more. Does the framework need to continue to evolve? Are we moving in the right direction? It sounds very positive.
We are trying to move in the right direction. I mean, definitely, I'm optimistic as we are, making big investments now in this area in Greece. But we see a number of funds to be channeled in this direction. We see now that the collaboration with universities in certain areas is in a better framework than before. We see the government that is trying to have an umbrella and is trying actually to, first of all, to describe, to have a database for the ecosystem and then link the whole ecosystem together. Because there were many, and of course in the States it is more normal, but in a small country like Greece with limited funds, a small number of big companies, you have to have everybody under an umbrella and with synergies. We had many approaches that were not linked even till 2 years ago. We've had a very promising institute, IVA. We had DITE, we had Demokritos, Fleming, many collaborations with the University of Thessaloniki, of Athens, but they were not interlinked and interrelated. So you need to be able to have a kind of a set of an umbrella. It is not easy, but as I said, sometimes after 10 years, what I have to say, after 10 years or 15 years of big crisis, we also Greeks realize that we have to go to another model from services or from easy stock market money, and now, quote unquote, the new generation is more hungry, which is always, as the esteemed speakers that went as a second generation or first generation abroad, being hungry is a motive. Not only being hungry for money, but how to find a way forward. So the elements are there. I think we need at least 2 or 3 years where we will be able to channel all these funds, all these incentives, the scientists, the business under an umbrella. Is it easy? No. Can we do it on our own? No. Synergies? Yes. With diaspora? Definitely. With companies from Europe? Definitely. With other, co-development products? Definitely. Especially going into biologics and biosimilars, you need synergies with companies from abroad.
Yeah. Thank you, Theodoro. Spiros, please. You had a comment.
I think George was first.
George, please.
George was first.
Yeah, I just wanted to make a comment both about Greek talent, maybe the diaspora, and something that definitely has to be discussed in this forum. I mean, one thing that we have to talk about and recognize is I find it remarkable, and I don't think it's a coincidence, that the leadership of so many of the major biopharma companies in the United States and in the world are Greek. You talk now about Pfizer, you talk about Biogen, you talk about Regeneron, you talk about AstraZeneca, you talk about Alnylam, you talk about Vir. These are all Greeks who are leading these companies. I think that is astounding. Many of them are actually Greeks from the diaspora. And I think that this is something that we need to discuss and try to understand. It has to speak something about either the Greek mind or the Greek spirit, or actually the process of the diaspora and the impact that it had on those Greeks. But it cannot be simply a coincidence. There's only 8 million Greeks, on the planet, and that means that roughly 1 in 1,000 people. How is it that so much of the leadership of the top, biopharma companies are Greek? It defies, statistical odds. It means something is going on there.
Right.
Yeah, agreed. Spiros, please.
I just, I'm amused by the fact that George raises the possibility that somehow genetics have to do with it. That is quite amusing, I must say.
Or it could be the spirit. It could be spiritual, for all I know.
I think that's much. I would go more in that direction. Anyway,
they're all key contributors.
I just wanted to make a couple of points regarding the Greek scientific ecosystem. One of the biggest problem that I see, and I see it now in very concrete terms, is that the ecosystem that exists does not give the right hope, and it does not allow the young people to have the ambition to take a job in Greece. I mean, there are no opportunities really, scientific opportunities.
Right.
So that is something that we have to enlarge. That is something that we have to support.
Right.
And the other thing is that one of the biggest obstacles, let's say the money stays exactly as it is, no more money for science. If we were to correct the bureaucracy that exists around implementing science in Greece, universities, pharma companies as well, I presume, this will go a very long way in correcting a lot of things. We are a small country. We have to focus. There's no doubt about that. But there is an incredible amount of talent, as George said. There's a lot of talent which goes by the wayside because there are no opportunities. And, if the professor at the university, their salary is like, what is it, 2,000 euros a month? Maybe less. A postdoc gets 800 euros or something. This is not the way, you cannot live on these things. So if you are talented, if you are smart, if you are hardworking, well, you go to George's company or you come to Harvard if you can.
Well, I do have to add exactly to that point, which is that many of you may know that we have a lot of talented next generation leaders at Regeneron. One of them, Christos Kyratsous. Okay, he was educated in Greece, and he's only example of many. He's just one who's gaining a lot of fame because he developed our antibody cure against COVID-19. And it's like Spiro said, for the opportunities and so forth for graduate school and for a job, he came to America and he came to Regeneron. So there is obviously a brain drain. There is somehow this incredible talent that's seeding so many companies throughout the world. But it would be nice to understand how to create more of the opportunities so some of this talent either goes back or doesn't leave Greece itself.
That's right. Yeah.
Great.
There are people there are units in Greece that they have true scientific excellence, but they are not supported properly at many levels.
Elia, please. No, thank you, Spiros. Thank you, George, for your comments. Absolutely agreed.
Yes,
Elia, please.
Yes.
Yeah.
First, as a friend of Greece, I'm not Greek, but I love Greece and Greek culture. We need to kind of take a step back for a moment. Innovation has been the hallmark of your culture. Democracy was invented in Greece, right? Philia was invented in Greece. The women of Sparta initiated the first nonviolent movement to bring peace to your country. So the tradition of innovation is millennia old in your country. And George's point, by enumerating the plethora of Greek innovators in diaspora, reflects that rich tradition that is millennia old. But on what soil did these inventors develop? Regrettably, not in Greece in modern history, in the UK, in the US. So it's an issue of systemic problem that exists in the host country that we need to help to enhance. And having heard the plethora of talent that George enumerated, one idea, concrete idea that I would suggest is that we need to develop a set of partnerships between the leaders of the Greek community in diaspora and the sciences and in policy making. They need to go hand in glove. Innovation in science and policy making decisions need to be a collaborative project between the diaspora and Greece. Because if you go only on one track, you remain stuck. At the moment, clearly, the diaspora recognizes these issues, but we need to develop a project that addresses both at the same time and in an integrated fashion.
Great. I think you're absolutely right. It's being able to identify, those key drivers. I think it's being able to minimize, bureaucracy and to be able to nurture talent. I think we've got, a great opportunity here. How do we do that from a very early stage? I also look at it in terms of continuity. There has to be continuity in what we're trying to do here. And there has to be a very clear line of guidance and objective, prioritization, without, again, going back to that main thing, without stifling innovation. The one sort of area that I did want to touch on was, how do we think about it from a future state perspective? We've experienced many things over the last 12 months and over the years. We've talked on and focused on really some really important themes today. What about the future? In terms of innovation, in terms of scientific accomplishment, what else do we need to do differently in order to ensure that we are continuing to challenge the boundaries and raise the hurdle? What are the thoughts?
I think one of the things we need to think about is what kind of educational system we want in the 21st century. I think the Cartesian model of either or is outdated. I think we need to develop an educational system that is systemic, systematic, and integrative. I think the kind of great breakthroughs in science that George is talking about starts with basic science, but it gets applied to clinical, right? It's applied to clinical. It stimulates further investment. So from early on in life, young people, children need to understand the systemic nature of reality. And that while we need the basic tools for reductionistic basic science research, we need to also teach them the holistic integrative models of communication and integration. That complementarity between the basic reductionistic and systemic holistic integrative needs to be the hallmark of the 21st century science and education. And we need to think about investing in human capital development, not just investing in all kinds of things, cars, etc. We need to make a highest priority in the 21st century to invest in human capital development. And the best trajectory of investing in human capital development is the educational system and creating the opportunities for the young, emerging, best and brightest. We create equal opportunities for all, but we have to recognize there'll be also among the equal opportunities, there'll be best and brightest that need also additional nurturing and preparation. So that kind of a nuanced educational system with an integrative, systemic, and high specificity to also nurturing the extraordinary talents needs to be a very high priority for all governments.
I couldn't agree more. I really do think that it's several of the issues that Elliot raised. It starts with, let's call them policymakers, but really leadership. And somehow we have to get better leadership or communicate better what the real issues are, including exactly what Elliot is just talking about. I look at, my life. I was a child of the 60s. To me, for those of you who are too young to even know or remember, John F. Kennedy was, whatever you think of him, he was such a proponent of science and technology. And for those of us who had to read his speeches after he was assassinated, it was all about the fact that science and technology could change the future and that we had to invest more and more in that. And he was calling, it was a call to arms. And the arms were to use the weapons of science and technology to change the world. And many of us believed it. And at the time, I think belief is so much turns into reality. If you believe and you're raised with that notion, then the best and the brightest will get inspired and engaged. But we do have to make sure that the educational system is there to support it. And that's where it starts. But leadership has to have that as an imperative to communicate it and to engage and inspire those at the youngest ages, but then continue to support it and invest in it throughout the entire continuum. So somehow, and I know this is something we've talked a lot about, we're scientists, but part of our responsibility is to be educators and communicators and translators. And somehow we have to get better policymakers and leadership in government. If we don't do that, we're not going to be doing a good job of implementing everything we need to do that Elliot was just articulating.
I agree. Yeah, I think it's being able to extrapolate it, George, to your point, in very practical terms. To your point, we've been in drug development for many years. We focus on the patient, and we should always have the patient at the epicenter of everything that we're doing. But it has to be driven by good science and great ideas. And how do we harness that, from a very early age, nurture it, that point about continuity, implementing processes and ways of being able to do this in a very tangible manner, and to give people the opportunity to thrive and develop. But I think your examples of some of the leadership within the biopharma industry is motivational. So hopefully, our participants, are inspired by what other Greeks have been able to achieve in science and will continue to do so. I know we only have about 10 minutes or more left. I want to sort of focus a little bit maybe on the future state and get thoughts from the panel. We talk about innovation. We talk about decentralized trials, big data. What is the future? Because I also see this as an opportunity for our young scientists to really thrive and focus if we can implement these very tangible processes to help and guide along the way. But thoughts on the future state before we sort of close out the session?
Well, I'll take a shot at it.
Who do you want to start? You choose.
Go ahead, Spiros. Go ahead.
No, please.
I think we've talked. Our conversation so far, I think, has focused on the north of the globe. We need to think about also the rest of the world as well. And we need to think about, while I was advocating a partnership between the Greek eminent scientists and the diaspora with Greece, we should also think about what other partnerships we want to engage in addition to the European and the North American space. There's a whole world. And I was inspired, for instance, by the initiative found recently that India, for instance, has the largest capacity to produce vaccines. 60% of the world's capacity of vaccine production is in India. So we need to think about, is there a lesson to be learned? What did they do? What did they do that is right? It's right for the moment, certainly, to have that capacity. So I would suggest that in addition to focusing on the issues so well discussed so far, so clearly outlined by George and by Spiros, to think about partnerships also not only in the north of the globe space, but also with others from around the world, and how this may stimulate our young people to further innovations in collaborations with other young people around the world.
Great. Science is global, absolutely. Final thoughts from the panel, please. George.
Well,
please.
I just want to add to this point. You know, when people talk about the future and they want to often ask, you know, what's the next big thing? Is it artificial intelligence, which I don't actually think is all it's cracked up to be? Is it this? Is it that? You know, a few years ago, we celebrated our 25th anniversary at Regeneron, and I was wondering like what to say or what to talk about. And I sort of just looked up other companies at their 25th anniversary. And I happened to look up at Apple. And I realized that on their 25th anniversary, okay, they hadn't even had the thought of an iPad or an iPhone. Okay, that all came after their 25th anniversary. And what that makes me think of is what I tell our people every day. Okay, what's the next big thing? Yeah. I want you to go into our next big brainstorming meeting and come up with it. The next big thing is not what somebody's already thought of. It's what nobody else has yet imagined. Right. Okay, and that is how I was raised. That's those of us who were raised in the 60s when it was such a decade of hope and an impossible imaginations. You know, we thought we would already be, have technologies that would get us to the rest of the universe and so forth. That's what we should be trying to think of. The things that we can't even imagine today are going to be the big things of the future, and that's what we should be striving for.
Right. Agreed, fully agreed. Spiros, please, and then I'll come to Theodoro.
I will sound like a broken record, but I think that the most important thing for the future is investing in education. Yeah. I completely agree with Professor Sorel, and I think that on science education, as George said, and as I said again, is something. It's a long-term investment. If we don't do that, then we will be dead. It is our future. It is indeed the survival of the species. And I think we can do it in Greece. We have the seeds to do it in Greece and outside Greece. I mean, the Greek presence in the biopharma industry and in academia, actually, I should say, is enormous if you look at the numbers. It's absolutely staggering. Whether it's genetics or spiritual, I don't know, but it's there. It's a fact. So, and I think, as I said, in Greece we do have the opportunity to make things happen. I am optimistic. I think that, as Mr. Trifon said, there are some signs that things are going in the right direction. So let's keep it up.
Theodoro, please, the final comment from your side, and then I'll kind of wrap up and pass back to Paula.
Well, I totally agree that it is a long-term process. However, we should set some specific short-term goals. Speaking about Greece, Cyprus, and the environment ecosystem here, definitely we should multiply the grants, the research grants, quadruple 10 times. This is something that we need to convince everybody to have in a budget. So it is something very, very important. Otherwise, it's the only way of keeping some people here in Greece. Secondly, we should have under an umbrella the whole ecosystem and try and organize it and try and have some synergies within that. And I am sure that we will find some ears that are willing to listen now within the political party or parties. It is not easy, but we're on the right track. So these are some short-term goals. And if we start tackle these together with bureaucracy, meritocracy, and some other problems that we have in Greece, maybe there is a hope, and maybe we can start also here doing some very specific job about the next day for, let's say, personalized medicine, for bioinformatics, all these things that come with the lessons of the COVID and the needs that, as also Dr. Yankopoulos said, that we have to go not to the next steps, but think some steps ahead. And maybe there are some minds in Greece that can help to that. But for me, it is very, very crucial to focus now, and everybody from his position, to exert some pressure to the system with limited resources to channel the resources in a correct way. There will be some funds from Europe. There are some specific investments for R&D related tax investments. And we should try and take advantage of every last penny of those.
Thank you. So let me just wrap up by saying, first of all, it was an honor for me to moderate this esteemed, distinguished group of speakers as part of this panel exercise. I'm certainly, motivated by what I've heard, and we're all very passionate about, science and medicine and what we can continue to do for patients. And I think with the right processes and infrastructure and the ideas that we've, discussed today, I think, the future remains bright. So thank you all again, and thank you for all of our participants and the questions that have come through the chat. We try to address as many of the areas of focus as we can in this hour. So let me pass it back over to Paula. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Pantevi. And I personally would like to thank every single one of you. I have been here all day with all of you, and it's so inspiring hearing all of you, the work, the dedication that you have for what you're doing, representing our countries abroad. And I would like to ask all of you something. You're all talented, you're all skilled, you're very clever people, obviously. You have achieved a lot, and you're abroad. You are thriving in countries abroad. What would you like to see from the countries that they gave birth to you, so as for more people to be in your position, for more people to be able to achieve the things that perhaps you didn't have the means to achieve when you first started? Allow me to ask Dr. Panteli, and then feel free to comment on this.
Yeah, thank you, Paula. So, I can certainly share some thoughts from my side, and then other members of the panel, of course, should, of course, weigh in. And we've kind of discussed it. We tried to capture it in its essence. It's identifying and nurturing, that scientific curiosity. We should nurture it. It's curious. And I think that's what really leads to the great ideas, the translation in science, and really being able to then, develop something solution-wise that's going to be very, very tangible. That was certainly my journey, and I've been humbled and honored over the years, to have been able to achieve many good things as part of a collaboration and a partnership with many other stakeholders. So, those are some thoughts from my side, but I'd certainly open it up to other members of the panel as well, of course.
Of course, Professor Spiros.
Well, again, I'm not going to repeat myself again, but I think that unfortunately there is no specific formula, except if George, in his inventiveness, finds a drug that I will swallow and I'll become successful and smart. But this will take, maybe it will be possible, but it will only be possible if we support innovation and if we support creativity and we support, I think, curiosity-driven science. Curiosity-driven science is becoming almost a dirty word, not only in Greece, because this is long-term and it's for academics, but also in the United States. So let's support that, and I think everything else will fall in place.
Thank you. Dr. George Yankopoulos.
Well, I once again, sound like a broken record. I agree totally with Spiro that there's too much of an interest in applied science because people think that, if we apply science to solve this problem, we will solve it, not realizing that most solutions come from completely unanticipated beginnings. But to answer your question in particular, and we haven't completely touched upon. The biggest thing to me, not only was I raised at a time where I think that science was more exalted in society and leadership encouraged this focus and interest in becoming a scientist and in the power of science and supported education in a way that I think we're getting away from. But another thing that I think is very important is belief, okay, in communicating to children and the next generation that they really can do anything. And one thing that's very important in terms of giving children belief, I believe, is giving them role models that they can identify with. And to me, there was nothing more important than that. And I think one of the reasons why I went into my chosen field is my parents were poor. They were refugees coming from war-torn Greece. They had nothing. They didn't have an education. But they told me about all the other great Greeks who had done so much, whether it was ancient Greeks or, in my case, they also gave me the example of Roy Vagelos, who was the first great Greek leader in the biopharmaceutical industry who changed everything. He was a first-generation Greek immigrant like I was. And they said, hey, his parents had no education. They brought him to America. Look what he did. You can become like him. So I think that this notion of the focus on the youth, the focus on the education, spirit of science and curiosity, but also giving our children the belief that they can do anything by showing them that others just like them have done amazing things and can do anything. And I think we do have a whole new generation, particularly in the sciences and the biopharma industry, where we can show and we can tell these kids, hey, we have people who've cured diseases. We have people who've invented incredible things. You can go out there. You can do that for the next generation.
Exactly. I totally agree with you. We need to keep telling the youth, you can do it. If we did it, you can do it, and you can do it better. Mr. Theodoros Trifon?
Yes, I mean, I think it has all been said very specifically, but definitely this crisis has upgraded the profile of scientists. So now we have some examples, and it is very, very important. Also, we definitely need commitment to that, and we need some examples there, and also the key opinion leaders to give a direction, either politicians or university professors or business people and institutions. For me, it is very encouraging that three of the largest Greek tycoons of the diaspora, through foundations, Onassis foundations, Niarchos foundations, and Latsis foundations, all have interest now in sciences, or are investing or willing to invest in research and institutions in Greece in one way or another. And this also gives a tendency, gives a direction, gives jobs and grants to students. Also, there are some efforts we're doing, smaller but indicative. We're doing this new research center as Elpen, where we believe that we'll be able, after 2 or 3 years, to have at least 20 to 30 grants initially for scientists for basic research on specific therapeutic areas. And there are many other efforts like that, small, but they add up. So, we see some of these things in Greece. It's not easy, but we have to give.
We're trying.
We have to keep trying. There are some very good examples from abroad, so we have to keep trying.
Of course. I think we've lost Professor Elliot Sorrell. I'm not sure he's with us, but I would like to thank you all once again. And ladies and gentlemen, just to let you know, with this last panel, we came to conclude our live discussion. We will proceed now in a network discussion, a roundtable discussion, if we can name it, which will last for about 20 minutes. You can see that on your platform. But before officially closing the first virtual symposium of the Greek Scientists Society, I would like to thank every single one of you for taking the time to attend today. It's a Sunday. Many people are resting. Many people are using their Sundays to relax. Thank you for connecting with us. Thank you to all the panelists, the moderators, the attendees, and of course, thank our sponsors for making this happen, and every person who worked behind the scenes. We apologize for any technical issues we have, but this is the new era. This is the way that we need to learn and adjust to perform in our best, to do our best every time. We believe that we managed to have a successful event. Special thanks to Earth World for transmitting the symposium, and special thanks to every corner of the globe where Hellenes exist, live, work, and most and above all, they thrive. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. Have a good day, good afternoon, and good